David, I know we had talked about the models and we said this is what it was going to do, and it was going to be a multi-day event. I mean, right here in the middle, in the thick of it all, did you ever anticipate that it was going to get just this bad?
So,
I mean, for myself personally, I thought, okay, it can't possibly get any worse than tax day flooding and Tropical Storm Allison, having been here and lived through that and covered it.
I remember Facebook Live with Neil a couple of evenings ago, and we had questions about, is this going to be worse than Allison? Is this going to be worse than the tax day floods, than the Memorial Day floods? And Doc and I, each time with those questions, would come in and just kind of look at each other and just be like, maybe. It could be. And so what we're seeing clearly on the south side, Clear Creek, southeast Harris County, and then down into Galveston County, it is worse than Tropical Storm Allison in 2001. The thing is, you live here in southeast Texas long enough, and you're going to go through one or two of these.
Yeah. Right.
We're so close to the Gulf of Mexico. We get these tropical storms that come in. We get in the summer times, oftentimes the steering currents do this. They kind of collapse on us.
It just seems like, though, David, and I'm speaking collectively because from all of the, great viewers that we have, from the people that I see out in the community, from family, they say this seems like it's happening, more often. We had the tax day floods, we had Memorial Day flooding, and now this. It's not that it's happening more often, am I right?
No, it's not.
Put it into perspective.
So when the Allen brothers came here and founded this city in the late 1800s, early 1900s, they knew they had a problem, and the problem was flooding. Well, being the marketers that they were, they sent back pamphlets to New York to try to get people to move to Houston, and one of their selling points was plentiful, clear spring water. That's how they put the spin on it. But they knew they had a big problem with flooding. And during the first couple of decades of the 1900s, you had torrential floods down Buffalo Bayou that just wiped away whole families. And because of those raging floods that we would have down Buffalo Bayou, and then downtown would be flooded, and this was just happening over and over again, they decided to do something about it. So they built the Addicks and the Barker reservoirs to hold back the water in West Harris County so it wouldn't all go into Buffalo Bayou at once. And in a situation like this, though, the Barker and Addicks reservoirs are filling up. So they're going to have to release that water. And you see Buffalo Bayou is on the doorstep here at Channel 11 right now.
Right.
So and with the additional rainfall that's ready to come, that's outside our studio right now. There's Buffalo Bayou, which is in our driveway. And
David, I've been watching this. I've been watching that. The water's up about a foot just in the last probably 45 minutes.
Well, it's going to come in the station. We're already making plans to move upstairs.
Yeah.
So
real quick, I have some updates from the National Weather Service on some creeks. This just coming in. Clear Creek at FM 528. The water's now 10 feet over bank. Again, that's at Clear Creek at 528. Also, Hunting Bayou at I-10 is about 8 feet over bank, and rooftop flooding is likely. Again, that's at Hunting Bayou at I-10. So pretty bad stuff down there. Also getting some reports, unconfirmed at this time, that water is now entering the second stories of apartments down in Dickinson.
Well, you just look at those water levels and you know there are people that are going to have to go to the roof in many situations. And it's very interesting what you guys have been saying here this morning about they're recommending you don't go into your attic because then you're trapped in your attic unless you take an axe with you, and I don't have an axe.
I was going to say, how many people have an axe?
Yeah.
And quite frankly, you don't know what you're going to be dealing with by the time you're up there in an attic. And I'd like to think all of us, an emergency situation can remain calm. That's just not the way it works. And once you're in that situation, it's tough. So, David, I think you're giving people the right thing, the right advice there. You might be faced with going out there on your roof, and I know that sounds absolutely unbelievable, but if that's what it comes to, that's what you got to do. We talked to Chief Art Acevedo not too long ago on the phone within this hour, and he did say that they have mobility, they have boats, they have heavy trucks, more support is coming our way, and we're going to get to people. The only challenge, he said, were air rescues, obviously because of the current conditions that we are dealing with. And right now, at the top of the hour, at 6 o'clock on this Sunday morning, if you're just waking up, we want to bring you up to speed with what we've been dealing with overnight and what we're looking ahead to this morning. More rescue trucks coming, and I just mentioned that, and I want to re-emphasize it. With over 500 rescues already here in the city of Houston, we need the aid and assistance, and we're told it's coming our way. Yeah. We have heard of people moving into their attics, as we have mentioned, to escape flooding. It's recommended if you do that you take an axe, a hammer, but folks, a hammer trying to get through a roof line, if it gets that desperate, you're going to have to consider moving out to the roof of your home. I-45, we know, is closed in Dickinson. We know that because we have eyes right there on the ground. Our own Kevin Reese, he's been trying to make his way back north on I-45 from Galveston, where he was positioned earlier, and he ran into problems. So we know that's the situation there in Dickinson, and that's where Blake Matthews was just telling us that we were seeing water coming up to the second story of homes there in Dickinson. Also, call 911 if it is a life-threatening situation. If it is just that bad and you know that immediate harm is coming. We're telling you this because 911 is being overwhelmed. We've heard from the folks who man the 911 call network here in Harris County. The wait time is long, and when you call, you've got to hang in there. You're going to be put in the queue. Do not hang up if it's that life-threatening emergency. But folks, if you have just a little bit of water in your home, if it's just a few inches, you're doing okay, all right? Especially relative to what's going on with other people around the city. So hang in there. I know it's frightening because I know we always do. One thing about this city, and we watched it during Tropical Storm Allison, I was out there in those dump trucks going along those neighborhoods and those communities along the bayous that had spilled into those communities, and we went and we rescued people and we picked them up, and that's what we do here in Houston. I know it looks a little bleak right now, but we're going to get through this, and that's what we're here for. We're on Facebook as well. We're streaming there live, we're posting, we're tweeting. I know I've been trying to answer people in between bringing you information here live on the air. We keep looking at this radar, David Paul, and we know that it's just widespread here. We want to check in with, was it Janelle Bluda?
Yeah, she's at I-45 in Wayside. Let's go back to her. Janelle, give us the circumstances there. I see it's still raining. It's raining here. It's raining where you are. It's seemingly raining everywhere.
Yeah, Lynn, we've been out here for at least an hour now, and it has not stopped raining. I mean, it's let up at certain times, but it has not stopped raining. Now, we were up on I-45 earlier, if you saw us earlier, but now we're down below, and you can see how flooded it is under this underpass. This is at Wayside and 45 South. You can see that car there is almost completely submerged. So you can see that's several feet of water right there. Now, I-45 is shut down right at this intersection. Police are letting people off at the next exit. That's Griggs, and that's actually how we got off. We exited and then we maneuvered our way through the parking lot here. So we're in a safe spot. There's no traffic over here, as you can understand. But police are saying that one of the reasons why they had to shut down the highway is because they had people going the wrong way, just trying to get out of whatever situation they were in. They're saying, whatever you do, do not come out here. As you can see, we are stuck. A lot of people on that road are also stuck, so you won't get very far if you do come out here. Once people are getting off the road, they are having to park in the parking lot and basically just sit here, guys. We're all waiting it out together, seeing what happens next. But as you said, you know, the rain's not letting up, so I really don't know how long that could be. We did try to We did try to maneuver our way out of this situation. We wanted to head to some neighborhoods behind us, but we couldn't even get past that. We drove over Bray's Bayou, and let me tell you guys, it is almost at the top. So I don't need a few more feet. I don't know what's going to happen with that. It's very scary out here. We don't really know how long we'll be here. There's a lot of people in this parking lot next to me at this convenience store, just kind of waiting it out with us. So we'll keep you updated from out here as the morning goes on. Lynn, Mia?
All right, Janelle Bluda, there, I-45 Wayside on the southeast side. Let's go to Kevin Reese. He's also on I-45 as we again take a look at a map, and this gives you the scope and the magnitude of something that we perhaps have never seen before. Ongoing rain pounding the Houston area.
Sorry.
Just like many of the forecasters, David Paul, you said this was a possibility.
So at this point in the night when Allison hit 2001, at this point we were beginning to see it release its grip on us.
Yeah, but this isn't going anywhere.
This isn't going anywhere.
Okay, and so what we're looking at, these bands are going to hang around, we don't know how long.
It may be, you know, we may get a break. We're getting a few breaks in spots.
We need a break.
We need a break, and we need it to be for a couple of days.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Because it's going to take that long to get the bayous to drain out.
And there's no sign of a steering current to move this thing somewhere other than where we get dumped on.
No, there is not. It's extraordinarily unfortunate, and it is just a piece of bad luck that this weather pattern developed at the time when this storm made landfall. And
Yeah.
It's just literally a bad deal.
Yeah, a bad deal. And the whole country is really going to see it at daylight.
Yeah.
I think most people have no clue. We're living through it right now, but this is going to be the story across the country. Let's go to Kevin Reese. He's at I-45 near Dickinson. Looks like folks are hitching up a boat. And so, Kevin, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you just fine. You're looking at some Galveston County Sheriff's deputies here in the middle of I-45. They are in the northbound lanes. They're hooking up a couple of rescue boats because they know they will need them at some time. They've got two of them here. They're in the northbound lanes. We are in the southbound lanes. If I can have Josh come over here, I will explain why this is necessary. Like I said, I'm standing in the southbound lanes of I-45 between Dickinson on this side, Hitchcock on this side, FM 1764 behind me. There's not much traffic here at all, except for traffic like this, someone who just woke up after staying here most of the night. Come with me this way and we'll show you the northbound direction. Like I said, these that I'm standing in right now are the southbound lanes of I-45. The problem is about a mile up behind me is Dickinson Bayou. We're told that Dickinson Bayou has overflowed its banks. It is 3 feet deep on this side of I-45, which is the southbound lanes, as much as a foot deep on the northbound lanes, which is the direction that you are looking right now. So what has been happening here all morning is we have one wrong way driver after another, but that's that way for good reason. They are driving north on I-45. Those headlights coming at you now are people who have made it to Dickinson Bayou, found out they can't get any farther, are turning around and coming back south in the northbound lanes of I-45. So this section will be closed off for quite some time. As you can see, that traffic coming at us in the wrong direction of the northbound lanes of I-45. We can stand here in the middle of the southbound lanes of I-45 for a long time now because there is no traffic here except for people who might already live on this side of Dickinson Bayou. But the warning here is that Dickinson Bayou, those of you in the Dickinson, Hitchcock, League City areas, completely blocked. I-45 completely blocked, both sides impassable, and will be for quite some time. And a lot of guys like this, the Galveston County Sheriff's deputies, standing by with their rescue boats just in case this does get worse. They are staged here for the problems they know are coming, and we're staged here with them to see what does come to pass here. But Dickinson Bayou has completely blocked access to and from Galveston, to and from Houston for the foreseeable future. Back to you guys. Lynn, Mia?
All right. Right, some situation down there in Dickinson, watching them get set up, get prepared, get mobilized, Kevin. Have they been able to talk to you yet? And forgive me, I stepped out for just a second and stepped back in. Have they been able to give you any idea as to what their plan is of action?
They have not. We just had some brief conversations. They are staging these rescue boats in areas of this northern area of Galveston County where they need them. We've heard of some rescues going on closer out toward the ship channel side of this area of Galveston County. But one boat is leaving, as you just saw. One boat is staying here in case it is needed in that area of Dickinson Bayou. They are awaiting orders. They have staged all over this part of Galveston County, waiting to see where they will be needed. We do know that they also have heavy trucks out as well, where they can reach people if they do need to. Bay Cliff, other areas like that, we have been told that some rescues may already be underway.
It's a reassuring sign, I think, for some people to see those boats and know that they're out there and they're trying to get to people and trying to get to those areas of imminent danger.
Yeah, this is a monumental operation that Kevin Reese is talking about, and that's just one part of it. But there are literally thousands of rescues going on. And I'm sure thousands of cars flooded, thousands of homes flooded. So I don't know who's going to avoid being flooded unless you're in a high-rise.
In Allison, it was more than 90,000 vehicles flooded. Yeah. In Allison, about 70,000 homes flooded.
I think we're going to top all of that.
We're going to top both of those numbers.
Yeah.
The home flooding in particular, because so many of the watersheds are over their bank. And more watersheds than in Allison are flooded right now. So I'm sure we have more homes flooded than we had in Allison. And we're looking outside the Channel 11 studios. That's Buffalo Bayou, which is steadily rising up to our doorstep.
I don't want to scare people, my coworkers, but David, you think we're going to flood here?
Yeah, I don't see how we avoid it. The Barker and the Addicks Reservoir, which holds water back out of Buffalo Bayou, that's going into flood. They're going to have to do a release from that at some point in the near future. That feeds more water into Buffalo Bayou.
Right.
That and just the fact that there's more rain coming.
Yes.
Because of this incredibly unfortunate, unlucky weather pattern, and there's no other way for me to describe it. But this is so unusual to have it sit here for so long.
Yes.
And again, we may have a couple more days. That's why I'm saying I don't see how we avoid.
Yeah.
And when you say a couple of more days, David, especially for the people who are just waking up and just joining us right now, when you say for a couple more days, are you talking about the rain falling at the same extent that it is now?
Off and on. Yeah, off and on. Because what's happened is it's just, so we're on the right-hand side of that rotation.
Yeah, which is the worst place to be.
It is. That's the side that has all the lift on it.
Yeah.
That's just the laws of fluid and thermodynamics as they stand in the atmosphere. So on the right-hand side of that, we have got positive vorticity. That's the lift, and it's going to be there on the right-hand side of that circulation. That combined with the fact that it's pulling all this moisture right off the Gulf of Mexico. So it's got a moisture feed, it's got an energy source. It's all there, and it's not moving.
So we, this is I-45 and Wayside, where Janelle Bluta has been this morning. Another example of just all the rain. This is going to end up being one of the stories in this city's history, just given the magnitude, how many people will be affected.
Undoubtedly.
We've got 2 fatalities, that's for the entire state, that we know of so far. Untold number of rescues, the damage is going to be into the billions. Normally you would reserve judgment on stuff like this, but I think it's unavoidable that it is going to be catastrophic and unending, and it's going to take a very long time I don't even know how the city's going to function for a while, other than trying to rescue and get back to normal, just in terms of dealing with all the water in properties.
Are we not the energy capital of the United States?
Yes, we are.
I mean, we've got to get back to functioning in a hurry. So
and for that reason, we will get back to functioning in a hurry.
Well, I'm just talking about in the short term.
Yeah.
This is going to be a very long process.
And you know what, guys? You think back to Tropical Storm Allison. This is 16 years ago. $5 billion in damage 16 years ago.
Yeah.
Now, we had a Category 4 hurricane strike the Central Texas coast, and from the reports I've seen, already $2 billion in damage down there alone. Not to mention, okay, what we're looking at here is I-45 in Dickinson. You can see the looks like emergency on scene there. But you know, going back to my point, if this exceeds Allison, you know, we're looking at many billions of dollars in damage on top of the wind damage that they've already seen down. So, you know, Harvey, you know, may not be a name that you see again.
Yeah. They'll retire it.
They'll retire it.
Yeah, just like they did Allison.
Right.
Yeah.
My goodness.
It's a lot to take in this morning on a Sunday morning, and I'll tell you what, I'll say this, folks. It is Sunday morning, and whoever you pray to, or however you pray, or whatever you believe in at this point, I don't think it's a bad idea to go ahead and start sending out, you know, or sending up rather, and out those prayers, those positive affirmations, and remain optimistic. That's all we can do now. And I know you're looking at things and you're thinking, my goodness, how do we, you know, stay calm? How do we get through this? You know, it's staying calm and knowing that help is on the way if you're in need of help, and if you're one of the many people. It's been so challenging tonight to look at your Facebook comments and you sending us your address and how many people are in your home, and the water is rising and you're now on top of the countertops. I so wish I could get a boat and come and help
Lisa,
all of you. But someone is coming to help you.
It's going to take a while.
It's going to take a while. It's going to take a while.
All right, so here we are, 6:16 in the morning. It is Sunday, and according to David Paul, we're not even halfway through the woods, as the expression is about getting through the woods. We've got another perhaps 2 days of this kind of rainfall, and we're going to be in a territory that was almost, didn't seem imaginable, but that looks like where we are headed as we continue to look at Allen Parkway at Stanford, right in front of our studios, where it is just astonishing what we are witnessing tonight.
It's like I've climbed in a time machine and I'm back at 2001.
Yeah.
This is exactly what it looked like as Buffalo Bayou was coming up to our doorstep and eventually came in and put a couple of inches of water in the studio.
Right.
That we're sitting in right now.
So it makes it very difficult in terms of coverage because it's hard to get around the city. We've got people along 45 trying to manage their way to get places.
And if you've noticed, a lot of our people have been positioned in the same places for some time now, and that's because they're in a safe place. We're not putting any of our folks in jeopardy.
It would be too risky.
We watched up in Greens Point, one of the lowest areas on the north side. Our Brandy Smith was there. We watched live. HBD telling her that it just was not safe to be there, and that it was, you know, time to go, that it was probably the best thing to do, and she and her photographer did that. They made that move.
Absolutely. So we're continuing to stay on top of this, to work with you to get through this, giving you as much information as we possibly can. And let me recap exactly where we are right now on this Sunday morning. It has been an overnight for the ages, and there is more to come. According to TxDOT, at least 150 roads in our area are underwater. The chief of police for Houston, Art Acevedo, says there have been more than 500 rescues. I'd venture to say way more. The chief says there are 25 to 30 rescue trucks being brought in from San Antonio to help with the mission. They've got to wait for the rain to stop so they can use aircraft to perhaps pluck people off of roofs, which is reminiscent of Katrina in New Orleans. But we might be seeing that because there's so much water coming in, and first people are going to the second floor, and then they're going to the attic, and then eventually some people are going to wind up on the roof. They can be rescued, but not as long as we have this kind of rain coming down. But the chief did say they have a 412 plane as well as Coast Guard choppers who are standing by waiting for the weather to clear so that they can be a part of rescue missions if need be and if warranted to take people off of roofs. Hopefully it doesn't come to that, but it looks like we are headed that way. We have several shelter-in-place situations all over Houston, Dickinson, Pasadena. We had a fire earlier on the west end of Galveston that seemed to be weather-related. It was a beach house. And we are now waiting on Judge Ed Emmett is now putting on a microphone. He's at TranStar Emergency Center for the county. Judge, can you I see you there now. Tell me,
Yes.
how do you grasp this? How do you handle this?
Well, unfortunately, this is what was predicted. And as we've been saying all along, we just didn't know which part of the county was going to get the heaviest rain. Last night, when we all went to bed, southeast part of Harris County had been pretty well spared. But roughly 21 inches fell there overnight. And so that's why we're seeing what we are in Pasadena and places like that. Some of the usual areas, Westbury, Meyerland, have taken on water, but other areas have not. So our whole focus right now is life and safety. First responders have been out throughout the early morning hours trying to respond to calls for rescue. I heard you say over 500. That's just the city. We're well over 1,000 rescues that have that have taken place. We don't really count them, but I know the constables, the sheriff, fire department, everybody is out, all the commissioners. Our first task has got to be to get people out of harm's way. But like I said, different parts of the county, this was always the problem that this storm presented to us, not knowing where the heaviest rains were going to fall. Yeah. And this is going to continue through the morning. So the first thing, of course, is to say, don't go out. Don't become the next person that has to be rescued. And then the other thing to say is, make sure your family's safe, make sure your neighbors are safe. You know, I told everybody here, call your family, because not only does that reassure you, but it also lets us know which areas are really in the most dire straits.
Judge, you talked about over 1,000 rescues. Talk to us about those types of rescues that you guys are getting calls for. Are they calls from people who are in their residence and they're taking on water? Is it people stranded in their vehicles, and how are you getting to them?
Well, both. The early ones, of course, were mainly people in their vehicles who had driven into high water, and in that case, high water vehicles, constables, the police department, fire department, but now a lot of it is being done by boat. As soon as the sun comes up, we will see more and more air rescues, quite likely. As was mentioned, some people are in their attics, some people are going to their roofs. We don't know how many people are in that circumstance. Those folks who are in the second floor of their house, still the safest place to be is in your home. Don't try and go out in the water, and just dial 911 and try and be patient. We will get to everybody we can. If though you just have water in your home and you're going to be looking for a place to go to a shelter, then the numbers are 211 and 311 to dial to get that kind of help. That's not an emergency. We ask 911 be reserved for life-threatening emergencies.
Judge, I know when we have power outages, whether it's here or some other place, we go and help people. Other folks come and help us, utilities. As it relates to helping to rescue here, are we going to need more manpower, whether it's the military, beyond what is capable of what we have here, even though it's a big city?
Well, the state has already dispatched Task Force 1. They're being staged at NRG complex on the parking lot, inside the buildings out there. Their equipment will be there. Certainly the National Guard will be involved at some point. Right now, though, it's first responders here, and everybody is working as fast as they can.
Have you heard of any situations where people have gotten hurt while waiting for a rescue because the water is so high, perhaps they panic? Are you hearing anything?
Not anything that specific, but I'm sure those types of things occur, and that's why it's important for people to stay where they are, stay safe. Don't venture out into this water, either on foot or certainly not in a vehicle. Your safest place is still at your home.
Judge, talk to us about the watersheds and the situation there. We have so many already out of their banks, and if they're not there, they're closely approaching. We were talking with our chief meteorologist, David Paul, about the Addicks Reservoir being so taxed and water needing to be released from there quite possibly. Of course, that then impacts everything downstream, including Buffalo Bayou. Can you give us an idea about any of that?
Yeah, the latest report we've had on that, again, because the heaviest part of this rain last night fell in southeast Harris County, not in west Harris County. Yes, Addicks is filling up, but we're not facing that situation. And rest assured, no water is going to be released from the reservoir if it would cause even more flooding downstream. That's why the reservoirs are there, and with Buffalo Bayou being as full as it is right now, there won't be water released.
Glad to get that information from you. We've had so many questions about that overnight into this morning.
And Judge, I think
Right.
there's going to be an update coming up at 7 o'clock, so we're going to let you get ready for that, and
Right.
we'll get back to you and get the latest information. We appreciate you taking the time on an unbelievable night.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, Harris County Judge Ed Emmett. We've got Blake now on the porch, meteorologist, to take us outside and show us what it looks like in our front porch. Blake?
Len, I've been through quite a bit in my young career. I've been through the '94 flood. I was here for Tropical Storm Allison. I want you to take a look behind me. We're standing on the front porch here at the KHOU-11 studios, and folks, we are about to flood here at the TV station. When I came in this morning about 2:30, you could see the water was completely gone. The roads were drivable. I can tell you now that if it wasn't for this brick wall, water would be lapping into the front office, into the reception area. The water is rising here at the TV station at about 1 foot per hour, and you can see it is still raining extremely heavy. The bayou now, Buffalo Bayou, has now pretty much met up with Allen Parkway. What you're seeing now all the way into our parking lot, guys, for the first time, I can tell you, I think I may lose my truck. A lot of the cars, actually, in our parking lot. The water is now getting well up into our parking lot, from what I could see into the distance. We're getting ready to move upstairs here at the TV station. I want to bring in Chief Meteorologist David Paul. David, you were here for Tropical Storm Allison. You said that we flooded back then as well. How does this compare?
The water at the moment is not quite as high as Allison, but looking at what's coming in the rainfall and looking at how quickly the bayou is rising, I think you're not the only one who's about to lose his truck.
Right.
You and I are going to do that. So we're making efforts right now here at the KHOU-11 studios to move upstairs so that we can continue broadcasting and keep bringing you the information here. That's ongoing right now because there's just no way, I don't see a way we avoid getting Buffalo Bayou into the first floor and our television studios.
You know, speaking to you as a friend and not as a coworker, and as weather nerds, as we say, it's phenomenal. I grew up saying you have to laugh to keep from crying. I mean, this is really a there are certain things in life you think you'll never see. Yeah. And then here it is. It's happening right now. I mean, what are your thoughts?
Some things you don't want to see twice, that's for sure. And this is the second time I've seen this. We're going to get through this. Yeah. We're going to get through this. And you and I are dry at the moment, so we're among the lucky ones right now that are still dry. But no matter where you are, no matter what you're suffering right now, just hang in there, stay put, stay safe. You may have to ride this out for a few days, but eventually the water will go down and we will get through this as a community, and we're going to come back stronger than ever. And look, we're the energy capital of the United States. The resources that will come in to help us will be phenomenal. We just need to get through a few very wet days and we'll get cleaned up and we'll get back on our feet.
You know, I grew up here. This is my home. You know, and this is your home. You grew up here as well. So, right, this is personal. You know, I'm one of you. You know, I'm as concerned as you are about my city, and I'm sure you are as well. And you're right, we've bounced back after Hurricane Alicia, we've bounced back after Tropical Storm Allison. and we're going to do so after Harvey.
Yeah, well, and flooding is just the worst.
Wow, listen, that is really coming down now.
The rain is picking up. Water just ruins everything it touches. It's so disruptive to a family, no matter what you're doing, a business. And so we're entering into some very tough times here. I don't see why or how every watershed here in Harris County in southeast Texas is not going to flood. And also, all that rain that they've had up in the hill country east of Austin,
Right, yeah.
it's going into the Colorado, it's going into the Brazos. Those rivers are going to flood. The San Jacinto is going to flood all the folks there in Montgomery County and feeding into Lake Houston. So nobody is going to be spared who lives anywhere near one of our major watersheds.
Yeah, and you know, we're going to end up having to do what a lot of people across the city are doing this morning, and that's having to move to the second floor. Yeah. Actually, the water's coming up around my feet as we speak. The only thing separating us from getting flooded is this brick wall here. You notice over here the sandbags. We've got a little flood wall that normally that's not there, obviously. There's a staircase that goes down to the street, but if it wasn't for that,
I can see the water flowing in. Look right there. So this is just showing it's just...
we may have lost power.
Yeah. It's very difficult, impossible to stop and beat Mother Nature. We just have to wait it out, stay safe, help each other, and we'll get back.
Yeah. So guys, I'll tell you what, like I said, there's some things you think you'd never see in life, and here it is happening before my very eyes. Water just about ready to pour inside the TV station. I'm going to go change out of the suit, get into a pair of jeans here so we don't ruin our clothes, and we are going to stick with it. I'll tell you, we're here through the duration, guys.
Yeah. We're getting ready to do what we've told so many other people to do with the water creeping up to our front door. You know, we've told people to remain calm and move up, so we're likely going to do that. But for now, we're good. Someone else we were concerned about earlier, that was Brandy Smith and her photographer, Mario. We were watching people being evacuated and told now is the time to go up in the Greens Point area. She's in the Greens Point area. You've since moved and relocated. Set us up where you are now, Brandy.
Looped around, we went up to Bush Intercontinental, where conditions really are not that bad. There are some high water spots, but the rain was pretty light. Not as bad as we're seeing in a lot of areas. We jumped back on Beltway 8 and headed west, and we didn't make it far. This is the exit for Imperial Valley. It was closed due to construction. Now it's closed because of incredibly high water. We are still seeing folks trying to pass through on this side. On the other side, they have it mostly shut down, but a lot of drivers are making the right call, deciding not to even risk it through the water. And I also want to show you the frontage road. So a lot of times, you know, the main lanes are closed. You can go on the frontage road. No, it's even worse over there. You can't even tell that there was a road there at all. The water, just in the past few minutes, creeping up over the grass here on the median that separates the feeder and Beltway 8. And we've driven past a lot of similar conditions like this. Beltway 8 has a lot of high water spots. So does Greens Road. Obviously, we showed you that a little bit ago. Absolutely impassable. Here you have a guy trying to make it through. You see just how high that water is shooting up. It looks like it may be up to the wheel well, and as he rocks through it, you know, he has height on that truck. That was a lifted truck. But most of these smaller sedans, they just don't have the capacity to make it through. We had to stop. There's no way we can make it through this. We're trying to lead by example and not make mistakes like that. You don't want to see anyone stranded in this high water. And the good thing is, here right now, we don't see that. So most of those smaller cars are stopping, turning around, going the opposite direction as they should. Mia?
All right, Brandy, there in the Greens Point area where many people have been evacuated from apartment complexes. Again, it is so dramatic and so unfortunate to see not only the adults but the children there having to be moved. Erica Ferrando is at Transtar, where we were just talking to Harris County Judge Ed Emmett, and we're waiting on a news conference there coming up at 7. Erica, what can you tell us?
Well, Jeff Lindner is just about to join us. He's with flood control, but we're hearing just that there's a lot of people outside, a lot of rescues happening right now. We're hearing that people are heading up to their attics, heading up to their roofs to get away from that flooding, but they are wanting to let people know only to use those emergency lines if it is life-threatening, because they are obviously getting a lot of calls in right now. We will be joined by Jeff in just a little while, and so we'll come back to you guys as soon as we see him. I think he's on his way down right now. He said he would have some information for us because, oh, and look who it is. We got him. He's already here. And so hi, Jeff. Thank you for joining us this morning. I know it's jam-packed here. There's a lot of people here and a lot of things going on around the entire city. What is it that you want everyone to know?
Well, there's two very important pieces of information we're trying to get out to everybody right now. The first is do not go into your attics, get on your roof. If you feel like you need to get out of your house, go to your roof. The second piece of information is if you are calling 911, stay on the line until you get an answer. So let it ring until you get an answer.
What are you guys hearing about rescues out there? I know we've seen a lot of cars stalled out there, and we've seen a lot of people also begging for help.
Right. First responders are doing extraordinary measures and heroic measures right now to save lives in Harris County and the city of Houston. And we need people to understand that they are working under extremely difficult conditions. Your reporters have been out there. They can attest to how difficult it is to move around. And even once you get people rescued, where do you take them? It's very difficult to get them to a safe location at this point. And so we need people to understand what's going on. We need people not to panic. If water is coming into your house, and in some cases the water is coming in fast right now, if you feel like you're in danger, call 911 and get on your roof. But don't panic. Don't try to self-evacuate yourself. Do not try to walk through this water. It is moving very fast. In some cases, it is very deep. So your best course of action is to go vertical if you can, but do not get in your attic.
And I think one thing that's important for people to know is it's probably easy to panic right now. It's easy to be scared. But being here at Transtar, there are so many people working around the clock, and they are here ready to help. They're out getting those rescues. They're communicating with people. So I think it's important for people to know that while it's scary and it's dangerous out there, it's also under as control as it can be by these city, county, state officials. And I mean, I think you can attest to that.
Oh, absolutely. We've been preparing for this and forecasting it, and boy, did the Weather Service do an awesome job of forecasting this. And now we're seeing the reality of this taking place. But the good news with us preparing and residents preparing for this is that we are better prepared to react to it. And so a lot of the resources that we have are already in place, and as soon as the sun comes up, it's going to be a massive response into these areas that have been so hard hit, and there's going to be resources coming in from other areas too to help with this. The nation right now is watching this city go through this, and the relief will be pouring in.
What do you think it is that we can expect once the sun comes up?
It is, in some cases, it's going to be overwhelming. In many of these locations, we have never seen water this high. We have water in some locations going into the second stories of homes and the second story of apartment buildings. And, Houston's very flat, and to get water that deep here is just absolutely historic and just epic. And I'm just out of words at this point of how to even explain of what we're going through at this time. But the biggest thing is when the sun comes up, the light comes up. I don't want that to lull people into a sense of safety to get out in the water and try to walk or evacuate in the water. The water is still dangerous, dark or light. The water is still dangerous. So please stay where you're at. It may take time, but first responders will eventually get to you.
What do you think we can expect moving forward? Should we see more rain and more flooding around the city?
I've been hoping all night that these rain bands would give up and we would get a break and at least let some of the water drain down, but we have yet to see the cessation of these rain bands, and so we continue to see these incredible rainfall rates falling on the city, and until we get the rain to stop, the water will continue to rise in a lot of our areas. And so, y'all have been showing it all night that with the storm where it is, it's just going to continue to rain, and I fear that we're gonna have some very high totals when we're done with this. I mean, we're already up to 2 feet in 24 hours, so yeah, it could continue to rain through at least a good portion of this morning.
So we're asking everyone to stay home today.
Oh, absolutely. You can't go anywhere. I mean, in a lot of areas, you can't go anywhere. And if your area is one of the lucky ones that you are not flooding, once you get out of that area, you're not going to be able to go anywhere. I mean, most of our freeway main lanes are underwater, so it is almost impossible to move around this area right now, which is why we're having such tough issues with the rescue operations that are in progress.
Are we, and I mean, we're not talking about just part of the city. We're talking about the entire city of Houston's affected by this?
We definitely have impacts in a lot of areas. We have several of our watersheds. We have 22 major creeks and bayous in the county, and all but 3 or 4 of them are experiencing flooding conditions right now. Now, there are certainly pockets and areas that do not have flooding. We do know that there are those areas, but that could change as more additional rain comes in. But there are some areas that do not have flooding right now.
What have you heard about rescues and injuries, all of that?
I haven't heard of any injuries. I've been hearing some of the rescue information in the Emergency Operations Center while I've been doing, informing y'all what the bayous are doing. And you can hear the tone and the voices of how serious this is out there. You can hear it in the first responders' voices. They're trying to get to as many people as they can right now.
One final thought you want to send out to the community watching?
We're all going through this. We all know people right now that are probably being affected by this. And we need to all work together and not panic. And we will get through this. The rain will stop. The water will go down. And we will have a recovery effort ahead of us to repair what has been damaged tonight. And so just keep that in mind. The water will go down. Don't panic. Help will be coming to those who need it.
And those inside their homes, a lot of people are probably trapped. They want to call 911. They don't really know what to do. What do you think people need to do?
If you fear that your life is in danger, you need to call 911. And like I said, stay on the phone until it's answered. If you're in your house, you do not fear for your life, stay in your house. Even if there's water in it, stay in your house. That's the safest place for you to be right now.
Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate you joining us today. And I think the biggest message here is if you are inside, make sure to stay inside. Don't get out on those roads because as we're hearing, they are flooded across the entire city. Wynn, we're going to toss it back to you in the studio.
All right. It's very good information, and we have been repeating that information about people staying in their homes, shelter in place where you are, because enough people, quite frankly, have gotten trapped and stuck on the roadways. And so it is forcing our first responders to get to people as quickly as possible, but given the sheer number of people that they have to get to, it is going to take a while, which is why they keep saying only in life-threatening situations should you contact 911. If you think you're going to be fine, albeit maybe uncomfortable, nervous, anxious, that's not enough for you to become a priority in terms of getting help from emergency first responders. We've also got people in untold number of homes with water in them, and perhaps in situations where they've got small children. They will become a priority, obviously, but there are first responders rushing in and trying to get to as many people as possible. This rain that you're looking at on the radar right now, this started about 8:30 last night with one band that came from going from west to east, and it has not stopped. One band rode through, and now we're dealing with more. In fact, we've even got water that is starting to come into our studio here at KHOU-11. It is that much rain pouring in, covering up Allen Parkway and the intersection of Allen Parkway and Stanford. In fact, folks, shortly, we will stay on air, but we're going to be moving upstairs to broadcast for you. It won't look the same. It'll be rudimentary, but we'll still get the job done. We'll still provide information for you, but we are going to be moving upstairs shortly because we're starting to get water inside of our studios. This has been the situation tonight. When the water started coming in, people started getting trapped, and that led to a backup on the 911 emergency centers across Harris County. And those folks are working very hard to try and handle your calls. We have shelter in place not only for Houston, but for several other cities. We have bayous coming out of their banks. Buffalo is not one of them right now, but that appears to be, according to David Paul, inevitable, that more water will come out of its banks. Coming up at about 7 o'clock, about 15 minutes from now, we hope to get a news conference from TranStar, that's the Harris County Emergency Office. We hope to hear from perhaps Harris County Judge Ed Emmett to explain how we're going to approach things today, given what has happened overnight and all of the emergencies that we are dealing with. We do know that there was at least one fatality last night on Warrenton and Gessner on the southwest side. A woman, we are told, got out of her vehicle, perhaps in a panic because of high water, and the woman drowned. And so, along with someone who died in Rockport when the storm first made landfall, that makes 2 fatalities at least that we're dealing with. And that's for the entire affected area, which is, a 250-mile stretch. So, and we've got an untold number of people who are stranded, stuck in their homes, stuck in their cars. We have not gotten any information about people who have lost power, albeit I'm sure that there are people with power outages, but that is the least of their concerns right now because of the water. And like I said, we're going to be moving out of the studio shortly. This station has not experienced this, where we got water in the studio, since 2001 and Tropical Storm Allison.
And the water creeping up, our audience should know, water's creeping into the studio that we're standing in and working in right now.
Yes, if I could show it to you, I would. I'll take a picture and send it out on Facebook or Twitter. But, and you can see there, the camera is panning down.
Here comes Buffalo Bayou.
Yeah, Buffalo Bayou coming into our studios. Can we switch to that? Can you see the floor? I don't know if they'll be able to see the floor. Maybe not. So we'll stay on the map. David, you look at this map. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, okay, if you can, I don't know if you can see down there with the lens. Be careful because it's going to be slippery.
Yes, I know.
Yeah.
So I'll stand out here. All right?
Make a little splash.
There you go.
Yeah, that's Buffalo Bayou.
That's Buffalo Bayou coming into our studios. I'll come down here, and it started to come in literally about 15 minutes ago, and now it is slowly creeping into the studio and spreading all across the floor, which is why we are going to be moving from the studio to our second floor conference room and still continue to do our newscasts, continue to bring you the information that you need, but we're going to have to adjust here because Mother Nature is making a run on the studio. It is that kind of night. It is that kind of natural disaster that we are facing here. We've got crews out. Many of them are stationary because it is very difficult to get around, but they are doing the best they can, and we're going to continue to try and bring you as much information as we can to make sure that you are on top of everything that you need to know.
Yeah, that's a great, when you said the words natural disaster, we've been using words like catastrophic, unprecedented, unlucky, unfortunate.
This is Mother Nature.
It's a huge natural disaster. It's Mother Nature, and like I said, Houston is an incredibly important energy city for not just energy, medicine, technology. Mm-hmm. The resources that will pour in here to help us will be incredible. It's just going to be a few days. We got to get the rain out of here so people can get in, because right now you cannot go anywhere.
Yeah.
Movement in.
We're paralyzed.
We're literally paralyzed.
Yeah.
And this is going to continue for quite a while. You see, some spots are actually getting at least the rain not quite as heavy as it was. That rain band that kicked this whole thing off, that started yesterday evening around 7, 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
That is the one that's in Liberty County now, and it has weakened. So Liberty County, Trinity River, you guys are getting heavy rain, and you're going to flood. Your river is not going to avoid a flood there, and your neighborhoods will be cut off. But for the Houston area and the infrastructure here, literally the city is paralyzed, and there is nothing to do but move things to higher ground and
wait it out
and stay calm.
And in the meantime, just see how much more rain we are going to get.
Well, so in Allison 2001, we had a couple inches here in the first floor of the KHOU studios here.
Yeah.
I would be shocked if we don't have at least waist-high water in here.
Oh my gosh,
if,
really?
If not higher. Well,
No.
the station is built in the floodplain of Buffalo Bayou.
Yeah.
That's why everything slopes down.
That's true.
We're on the slope. The slope doesn't stop until you get up to Dallas, Dallas Street. So
That's true.
we're in the floodplain.
Yeah, but we're fine. I mean, look, let's be realistic here. There are people in homes with small children who are trapped, and they're waiting to get help. And so these are the folks that really, we need to make sure that first responders can try and get to them, that we continue to talk to them, and make them aware that folks are coming. Help is coming. It just may take a while because so many people are in need this morning. And I don't even know where is this? Is this I-45?
It looks like that Gulf Freeway section.
Gulf Freeway and I'm not sure. Dickinson.
Yeah, down in Dickinson where the bayou has crossed the freeway. It has literally crossed I-45 about a mile away from where Kevin Reese is located. I believe this is Kevin Reese's photog and reporter. And so they're just standing out there in I-45 on the Gulf Freeway because there's no traffic because we're paralyzed. The water across the road has completely shut it off.
Yeah, and some people have been going the wrong way to get off the freeway. And let's go to Kevin Reese now. So Kevin, you guys are going to sit tight. You came from Galveston, couldn't go any further once you got to Dickinson going north on 45. And nobody's going either way right now, are they?
Yeah, especially not us as this next squall comes through, if you guys can hear me okay.
Yes.
Again, if you've just joined us, I'll give people the lay of the land here. The camera is looking north on 45. Houston is behind me. Galveston is this way. These are the northbound lanes. I'm easily standing in the southbound lanes because no one can get to me where I'm standing right now. About 2 miles behind me is Dickinson Bayou. Dickinson Bayou goes under I-45. Right now it goes under and it goes over I-45. We are told that on this side where I'm standing, the southbound side, it's as much as 3 feet deep across I-45. On the northbound side, at least 1 foot deep, but that measurement was about an hour ago, and as you can see, it's still raining here. So what's happening is drivers are leaving the south end, leaving Galveston, trying to go north on I-45, finding their way to Dickinson Bayou, turning around and driving back down south in the northbound lanes of I-45 until they can exit the freeway. And as you can tell by the weather that we're having right now, these conditions are not going to get better anytime soon. At first light, and we're about 30 minutes away from being able to see that water ourselves. I'm going to keep my back to you for now so you can hear me okay because of the wind. We're going to get up to where Dickinson Bayou is crossing I-45. And we'll get our eyes on it. But look at this, here we go again. This is the weather that is gonna hit you guys probably in the next 10 to 15 minutes. If it's not hitting you already, this is the next squall. And if I could say something to the drivers out here, when we left this morning from Galveston at about 3 a.m., we were trying to figure out why so many wrong way drivers were coming at us. Now I've explained to you why that's going on. I would tell people this, and here comes another wrong way driver. Actually, there's one on each side, southbound and northbound lanes. This one actually may be a first responder. When people meet for the first time, I sometimes have a joke. They ask me, what do I do for a living? And I say, well, I'm one of those idiots who stands out in the rain and holds onto a tree in a hurricane. Let us be those idiots today. Stay off the roads so that you don't have wrong way problems like this. This is a first responder. They're out here on purpose, but you've got other people who are taking the risk. Stay home today. You won't get anywhere on I-45, on this section of I-45 anyway. If you're leaving Galveston, you will not make it to Houston. If you're leaving Houston, you will not make it to Galveston. So stay put, and we'll let you know if and when this situation improves. Guys?
All right, Kevin Reese, thank you. David, you're noticing the wind pickup.
Yeah.
You're saying that Harvey is perhaps a little closer to us now. Is that why the winds are picking up?
Looks like the center is just southwest of Yoakum, the bottom left of the screen there. The center, that is a little closer to us than it was last night. And just looking at the winds that Kevin Reese is facing there on the Gulf Freeway, of course, the stronger winds will come with the heavier rain bands.
Yeah.
Above the surface, there's no friction, so the winds are stronger just above the surface. When you get heavy rain, literally the raindrops falling down pull those stronger winds down to the surface, and that's why in the squall lines, oh, and look at this.
Yeah. This is going to be seen by thousands. Folks are going to be suffering with their cars flooded, homes flooded. I'm not sure. I-45 and Wayside.
In Allison, one statistic, nobody lost their life, nobody drowned who stayed in their home here in Houston. The fatalities we had during Allison were all folks that were driving in their cars.
Right.
And of course, if you remember, it was a Friday night. Tons of people were out. You had people going to weddings and parties, and there were games. And I-4 and I-10, you had people that had to swim for their lives.
Yeah. Well, I think we're seeing a repeat of that.
Yeah.
Look at this. We've got a couple there walking through in stretches, knee-deep, waist-deep water, getting out of their cars. These folks are in pretty good shape because they can walk away, and they seem to be fine. But I'm sure traumatized by the fact that their car is damaged, and they got to figure out how to get home and what's in their home when they get there.
Yeah.
So this is rough. It's difficult. It's unprecedented. And we're going to be telling these stories because there's going to be a lot of stories to tell here over the coming days of
Lisa,
people
can you hear me?
affected by Harvey. This is on southeast side, Gulf Freeway at Wayside.
Yeah.
People here, they appear to have walked away from their car, which got stuck in high water. But right there, David, good news, number one, it doesn't appear to be raining. And number two, there's no high water, at least where they're walking. And any spot that you can see that is good. Janelle Bluda is there right now. Janelle, what's the situation with these people we saw walking? Was that their car? Do you know?
Yeah, Lynn, so what happened was, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Lynn, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, so what happened was, we watched it happen. The woman drove into the underpass here, I guess not knowing how deep the water was, and she stayed there for a little while, and then those two women that you saw walking away a little bit earlier, they had actually walked out there to help rescue her, to help her get out of her car. And then another gentleman in a yellow jacket, actually I think this is him right here.
Yes.
He went out there as well to help that woman get out of her car. So that was actually what it looked like, a rescue. So as you can see, just very dangerous out here. Don't drive under the underpasses, don't drive in any water. But yeah, we just wanted to get you the full story of what we saw happening right here. You know, people helping people, it's very inspiring, but still very dangerous. Even the women walking out there was very dangerous, but they decided to risk it to help that woman.
Okay. All right, folks, bear with us here because, we're in the midst of trying to
Yeah, we're in the midst of moving.
from our studio, which
Your
is
mic's not
taking
on.
okay. Sorry.
So we're in the process of switching from our studio to go upstairs. So Mia, you'll go first.
Okay. All right.
And we'll continue to broadcast from the studio while we make the transition. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Janelle, but we have water in our studio, and I'm going to keep talking until we can transition upstairs.
Just got word that Brays Bayou has exceeded the tax day flood level, so
Really?
we are seeing, no surprise. We're
That's
seeing
no surprise.
record floods, record levels on multiple watersheds.
Right.
Brays, Clear Creek is the worst at the
Where are you
moment,
guys
but there are
coming
others.
from?
Okay. And you can
Okay.
hear Janelle. She's trying to
Okay,
talk to some.
where y'all coming? Where are you guys coming from?
Sure.
You speak English? No. Oh, okay. Gracias. Be safe, okay?
So
Yeah, Lynn, so we're out here just trying to talk to people. Lots of people are walking around. in raincoats, some of them. I talked to one guy earlier who said his home was flooded, and he had some bags of groceries, so he was just trying to get back to his home, bring some food home.
Yeah.
You know, very, very dire. These people over here in this gas station parking lot, they've been out here with us for hours. Everyone just kind of stuck where we are. As you know, I was telling you earlier, I-45 is completely shut down south, the southbound lanes and the northbound lanes as well. There are still, I don't know, Mark, if you can pan up there, you can see those trucks up on top of I-45. They have been sitting up there. They're not going anywhere. Neither are we, because what police were telling us is that the feeder roads from where we are here at Wayside all the way down to Beltway 8 are completely flooded. They're impassable. Nobody can go down them. But as you see, these cars right here are submerged. We just saw one woman get rescued from her car. But, you know, do not come out on these roads, Lynn. As we've been telling everybody over and over again, no matter the situation, police say you won't get very far, even if you do. And if you are in trouble, just call 911. Don't try to go help anybody, because you could be the one that ends up needing the help in the end.
That is so true, Janelle. Yeah, there on the southeast side, the Gulf Freeway and Wayside, there's an example of how high the water is all over the place, covered vehicles. We have heard of, ever since this deluge started that really blasted the city at about 8 o'clock tonight, one fatality. That was on the southwest side off Warrington and Gessner. And we do not have an identity of the woman who drowned last night. But obviously, many other people facing dire circumstances very similar to that, and hopefully they can be rescued. Brandy, where are you? Brandy Smith? She's in Greens Point.
Hey there, Len. We are on Beltway 8. Yeah, so we're just on the south side of Greens Point. Actually, Imperial Valley Drive leads into that neighborhood. The area is completely inundated. You can see here the lanes of Beltway 8 flooded, causing a backup here. A lot of drivers making the right call, not venturing in. I wanted to see if we could talk to some of these drivers really quickly. Hey there, I'm with KHOU. Oh, nope. Doesn't want to talk to us right now. But you can see just how high the water is. It is shut down these lanes in the westbound lanes, also eastbound lanes. It almost looks higher. The median seems to be creating kind of a dam between the two. And then there are the frontage road lanes, which, if you look across, are just flowing like a creek. The water is up to the sign for the in-town suites over there. Water creeping into cars in the parking lot of the hotel next door. It looks like some of the cars over here at in-town are on a little higher ground, but with the rain still coming down, the water still rising, that may not be a safe spot for long. So like Janelle was saying, this is just a reminder for folks. Even if it is flooding in your neighborhood, do not venture out. The roads are even worse. I want to show you the frontage road lane on this side. And this right here, this is the shallow part. We're talking 2, 3, 4 inches of water right here. But as we look over the median onto the frontage road, look at that. Construction signs floating, lots of debris, water. You think about how high that grass is off to the side on the median that separates the frontage road from Beltway 8, and the water is even overtaking that. So we are just seeing the bayou break its banks. This is Greens Bayou over here. We've had problems with this for several years. Oh, we have someone trying to venture out into the water. We showed you this when we were on Greens Road. Do not do this. Do not try it. You do not know what's in the water. It's just not a safe decision. And now you have, as you see, a vehicle coming the other direction, and this person is blocking what is the shallowest part of the water. Now returning to her car, probably a very, very safe decision. We have seen a lot of folks get to this point and turn around. As we were driving down here, we saw a lot of drivers headed the wrong way. We knew that was an indication things were bad there. You see, she had to jump up on the median there to avoid oncoming traffic. Now this fella is driving the wrong way. This is the westbound portion of Beltway 8, not the eastbound. But you know, a lot of folks are just doing what they can to get around the water.
This only
It's
makes it
amazing
worse.
also to see the wake that these trucks kick up.
Yeah, this only makes it worse for
Go ahead,
for
Len.
the responders who are trying to get out and evaluate and help people, and then you see folks out here either driving the wrong way, refusing to stay put when other people are stuck. Yes.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's one of the things we've reminded people, that you're not just putting yourself at risk, you're putting first responders at risk. Hey there, I'm with KHOU, just wondering what is it like seeing this right now?
Shit, you tell me.
How long have you been in line here trying to pass through?
Well, I went down that way at first. I've been out here for about 5 hours, 6 hours.
What part of town do you live in?
Downtown.
Are you just trying to leave town, trying to escape the storm?
No, I was trying to get home. I was coming from, like, Spring Steubener,
Where's home? What part of town?
Midtown, downtown, West Gray area.
And what have you seen as you've tried to navigate the roads to get home?
Water, plenty of water, plenty of water.
Any words of advice to people at home who are thinking about jumping in their car and heading out?
Stay at home.
Thank you very much, sir. That is great advice. Stay at home. Sorry, trying to navigate traffic here. Len, I wasn't sure if I could hear you back in the studio. I know you guys are trying to move up to higher ground as water is coming in the KHOU studio. But yeah, just check it out. Some folks are braving this. They're going through the water. And those are usually the larger trucks, SUVs. Still not a safe call. You just don't know how deep that water is. But a lot of the sedans are choosing to turn around.
All right, so Brandy, I need you to continue explaining to people where you are, what you're witnessing, because we're going to transition out of the studio and move upstairs because there's water in our studio. All right?
Yeah, you bet. Okay, so let me set the scene for you. This is Beltway 8. Westbound lane.
I am on Facebook Live right now. As I transition, we're going to be going upstairs to our conference room to continue broadcasting while Brandy continues. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, we're on Beltway 8 in the westbound lanes, right by the Imperial Valley exit. So this was closed to construction, for construction. Now it's closed to the high waters. You can see even the barrels getting a little lightweight in this water. This is the southern part of Greens Point. Greens Point has been evacuated. It is inundated with water. Talking to HPD dive team crews who are out there, they rescued at least 28 people from the Arbor Court apartments and neighboring apartments in that area. You remember those from the tax day floods, how high the water got? When we were there, Houston police told us we had to go. Even though we were on a bridge, we were at a high point. If we did not leave then, the water on either side would climb so high we would be trapped there for days. And unlike the tax day floods, this rain isn't showing any signs of letting up for several days. So we had to get out of there. Our next stop was Bush Intercontinental Airport. Conditions there are not bad, but that's relative to what we're seeing in other parts of the city, which are underwater. So there are high water spots on the road out there. Many of the flights delayed or canceled. However, the last we heard, it was still operational. Hobby, however, shut down right now because of standing water on the tarmac. So we drove this way thinking Beltway 8 would be kind of a safe bet. It's a little higher in a lot of places. Well, that's clearly not the case. We're gonna see if this semi can make it through. He's going for it. What's scary about this is drivers like that set a precedent for other drivers who then think maybe they can make it through. They think maybe the water isn't that deep. It is, folks, and you just don't know how deep it is and what part you're going to hit. One side, I mean, clearly on the north side of these lanes right now, that's going to be much deeper than you are on the southern part of these westbound lanes. It's a little shallower. The median there creating a dam of sorts between the westbound and eastbound lanes. It appears to be much deeper on the eastbound side. That's why you have that completely shut down. We're hoping to get emergency crews over here at some point to shut this down as well, so we don't get any drivers stuck. But I know their priority right now is keeping people safe, getting people out of dangerous zones like Greenspoint. So again, in Greenspoint, we watched as folks evacuated out of the Arbor Court apartments. They were loaded onto a Metro bus, but it was quickly decided it was too dangerous to take the bus back over the bridge. Instead, HPD officers went through the bus, handed life jackets to anyone who needed it, and loaded them onto a high water rescue vehicle. When I asked one of the officers who was in charge there, I said, "Where are you taking these folks? Do you know?" And he said they're taking them to any place dry. And I want to let you guys know, our team back at the KHOU 11 studios, they're transitioning to higher ground right now because there is water coming into our studio off of Allen Parkway. Allen Parkway is flooded right there at Stanford. So we're seeing water streaming into the KHOU studio. They're moving to higher ground, as we would advise anyone who sees water creeping into their home to do. You go to higher ground. If you have a second floor, it's your second floor. We're being told not to go into the attic. You could get trapped there. So if you don't have a second floor, the next best is the roof. Go to your roof for safety. We are lucky enough at KHOU to have that second floor. That's where Len, Mia, our studio staff, our producers, our whole news team is moving, because our entire newsroom and the studio, our control booth, all of that is on the first floor of KHOU. So I want to show you the frontage road here and just how impassable it is. Folks are getting through here unwisely in the westbound lanes of Beltway 8. But check it out, there's a gas station. You see that shell in the distance? The water is up to the gas pumps, creeping up the parking lot, and it's about at the doors. I can't tell from a distance, my eyesight's not quite that good, but as the sun is starting to come up, we're getting a much better view of just how catastrophic, I think is the best word, this flooding is. Being out on Greens Road, it was a scene I feel like we've seen time and time again. We saw it during the tax day floods. Greens Road underwater. A lot of this water obviously coming from the sky, but also Greens Bayou. So right around here, it makes a little turn. During the tax day floods, one of the issues there was when it made that turn, the water sloshed over, broke its banks, and then as the water rose, it continued to break its banks. All of that water pools in the lowest possible location. I've made the analogy before, it's like a bathtub. So it goes to the lowest point it can. Greenspoint is a low point, especially over by Greens Road and the Hardy Toll Road. We're gonna see if we can talk to some of the drivers who are stuck in this, just see if they can kind of describe what they've seen as they navigate. Hey there, I'm with KHOU. Where are you guys coming from?
Beltway and Lee Road. Beltway and Lee Road.
How have the conditions been?
Good.
Good.
No flooding over there.
Just on the Beltway, this is the only issue we ran into right here.
I don't know if you can hear her, but she's saying this is the only issue that they've had so far. Where are you guys headed?
I was taking her home. She was stranded.
Where were you stranded, ma'am?
The Beltway and Lee Road. On the feeder road, my car just stalled out.
Did you get stuck in water, or it just stalled?
Waist high. It's waist high. I had to go to Exxon.
Wow. Have you, I mean, how would you describe what you're seeing
It's
out
scary.
here?
It's scary to be out here by yourself. Thank God he came to help me, but it's very scary.
I mean, what do you say to other folks? I asked another driver, what do you say to folks?
Stay home.
Stay home.
Stay home.
I mean, stay home. If it's someone at your job, they're gonna cover the next shift. Like, my job is 24-hour rotation. They just gotta stay there. I mean, I tried to come give relief. You can't always do that. Just stay home.
Guys, we wish you safety on your way home. Please be careful, stay dry. So if you didn't hear her in the beginning, she said she was over on Lee Road and her car stalled. She had to call him to come rescue her. They made it to this point without running into any other high water, but now they're stuck here behind, let's show them again, the high water that's flooded the westbound and eastbound lanes, all lanes of Beltway 8 here at Imperial Valley. The parking lots around here are flooded as well. The Hampton Inn and Suites across the way, the parking lot is raised, so the cars over there are okay, but on the southern side, we're just seeing water, up to the wheel well, up to the engine of some vehicles. Drivers checking on other drivers, seeing how they're doing. Mario, I want to show that parking lot again over the America's Best Value Inn. You can see how high the water is on the In-Town Suites sign and the parking lot there. So I'm being told that our crew is back up in higher ground. Again, we've moved upstairs because of flooding in the KHOU 11 studios. Len, Mia, you guys are safe and dry up there?
Andy? Okay, there we are. I'm assuming that we're on. We have moved from our studio because water was coming in off of Allen Parkway into the station on the first floor. So yes, can they hear us?
Yeah, I'm not quite certain if Brandy Smith can hear us.
Brandy
There's
can't hear us.
a lot of moving parts here. As Lynn was explaining, we had to move our news studio, move it to the conference room,
which is on the second floor,
and set up because we were taking on water on the first floor.
So we're going to try and continue to bring you information as we go throughout the night. But we've got several reporters out in different areas around the city. Some are locked down because it's very difficult to get around, as you can imagine, to kind of show you some of the stories of people who were stranded in their cars. We have talked to people on the phone who have been stranded in their homes, but we have yet to get to some of those people simply because it is so difficult to get there. David Paul is here to talk about the forecast, which is mind-boggling. The rain that we are getting, we are on pace to have more flooding, the worst flooding than a city that is used to flooding than we perhaps have ever seen.
And worse than all the storms that we've dealt with before. Tropical Storm Allison, the Tax Day flooding, Memorial Day flooding, and every time this has happened, we think to ourselves that this is as bad as it gets. Len, is your mic working?
I'm not sure. I'm not hearing programming.
I'm on mic 7 if you guys can hear
Okay.
me.
And bear with us, folks, as we try and work through the kinks
As we make the
here.
transition here.
Yeah, we've had to transition an entire state-of-the-art studio to a conference room.
I think we're going to have to, by the time this is over, we're going to have to look back to 1935, if memory serves. 1935 was the last time we had this type of a rain event with a catastrophic flood.
David, come on over. I think they've got to get you mic'd up and everything. Yeah, there you go.
The one over here? Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. Take that one.
You can take that one.
This one's right here.
Okay.
That'll work? Okay. We're getting the shop all set up here so we can continue to bring you information.
We're going to have to look at the details as far as rain totals, and they may not have some of them because, again, we're talking about the 1930s. But it was, I believe, 1935 was the last time that we had a catastrophic flood that literally swept families away down Buffalo Bayou through downtown and into the Gulf of Mexico. That was the last catastrophic flood before they built the Barker and Addicks reservoirs to say never again. We're not going to lose families and kids on the banks of Buffalo Bayou. So what we're experiencing now on Buffalo Bayou is a slow rise because so much of the water that would be roaring down it is being held back by the two reservoirs there. But they're going to have to release water out of those reservoirs because now those are going into flood as well. So Buffalo Bayou is rising. We here at Channel 11, our studios are on the banks of Buffalo Bayou, and the bayou's flooding. So our first floor is taking on water. So we've moved upstairs, so it looks a little different here, but here we are. And really there is no change in the forecast. We've got a few pockets where you get a break every now and then. We still have a couple of rain bands, one that's coming on the west side, one coming up through Galveston. There are more bands offshore, and it's all being pulled in, wrapping around into what is now the rather broad center of what at one point was Category 4 Harvey. Now weakening tropical storm. It will become a depression. Center just west of Victoria. So the whole thing has actually moved a little closer to us. Yoakum's in here, so the center is right there, just west of Victoria. And unfortunately, we are on what we've talked about so much leading up to this. We're on the dirty side. So because of laws of fluid and thermodynamics, when you have a circulation in the atmosphere, on the right-hand side of it, you've got lift. Not so much on the left-hand side of it. In fact, look how dry it is to the west of the circulation. They're fine. They're on the clean side, but we're on the dirty side. So we've got that thermodynamic lift in the atmosphere, something we call vorticity. We have positive vorticity on the right-hand side of the circulation. So we have the lifting mechanism. And then we have the fuel, which is the warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico, which is just pumping in warm, moist air off the Gulf. So there's your fuel, and we have the engine that is just put it in park. But the engine's revving, and it's just going to sit and spin on us. And so we've already had catastrophic flooding, and we've got several more days where we're going to be on that lift side, the positive vorticity side of it. And rain bands will form, they'll come in, and they will just add to what are already just tremendous rain totals right now. Clear Creek, record flood, southeast side, that's where some of the worst flooding has been and is occurring right now. Brays Bayou above the tax day levels. I remember Doc and I doing Facebook Lives Friday before the storm made landfall, and many of your questions coming in and asking us, is it going to be worse than the tax day flood? Is it going to be worse than the Memorial Day floods? And Doc and I would kind of look at each other and be like, it might be, because we both understood that this forecast, this was just going to sit here and spin. And so I think we're going to surpass that. I think we're going to surpass Allison. We already have in many neighborhoods. Many of the watersheds have surpassed Allison with the bayou levels. And now we still have several days. We still have several days where we're going to sit here and have this chance for heavy rain. Maybe we'll get a break. Good Lord, help us. Maybe we'll get a break from time to time, and we'll have a moment or two where we get a chance for some of this to drain, but really at the bayous at the levels they're at right now, we need several days where there is no rain falling for the bayous to drain down and out of their levels. Another thing that is working against us is that we've got this onshore flow. So all the water that falls, let's just talk about Harris County, all the water that falls in Harris County, also Montgomery County, tries to get into Galveston Bay and into the Gulf of Mexico. That's where it wants to go. But we've got this onshore flow and onshore wind that is literally pushing the water up into the north side of the bay, right where it's trying to drain out to. So that is also, we've got Mother Nature fighting us on both sides, dropping the rain and then slowing down the bayou's ability to drain.
Zoom in, I can drive this if you want me to watch it. You want to just see the big scope?
Yeah, that's good. Let's zoom in a little bit, see where the heaviest rain is right now. There's heavy rain band coming through Sugarland, Fort Bend County, some of that pushing up toward the Katy area. You know, the immediate downtown area is getting a little break. We've got a little sliver of light in there. The blue is just light drizzle, but I see some moderate rain coming up 288. Northeast side, folks up there on Greens Bayou getting heavy rain, Greens Point Mall area, Barrett to Baytown getting heavy rain, Channelview, heavy rain, Woodlands, Porter. Yeah, and Galveston. And let me tell you, there are some very strong winds in these rain bands that are coming through Bayou Vista, Lamarck, and Texas City. If you go back and show Harris County, let's talk a little bit about the bayous and the watersheds. And so we have a world-class drainage system here in Southeast Texas and Houston, world-class. Our Harris County Flood Control and the folks who take care of the bayous do a wonderful job because we're so flat. If we didn't have that bayou system, we would be a swamp. But we have the bayous, we've made new bayous, and so here's Harris County. So we've got Spring Creek up here along the Harris County-Montgomery County line, then Cypress Creek, and both of those, along with the San Jacinto, the West Fork of the Sanjak coming out of Montgomery County. All three of them have a confluence right at the north side of Lake Houston. They go to Lake Houston, then that tries to feed into Galveston Bay to train as it meets the Trinity River. So those three, the Spring Creek, Cypress Creek, West Fork of the Sanjak, one of the reasons why we're expecting record flooding, never measured before, on the West Fork of the San Jacinto. And so Atascocita, Humble, the rivers up here are going to go in, we think, to record flood going into Monday and Tuesday. And then it's similar for other bayous. They're all trying to get to the Galveston Bay and then to the Gulf of Mexico. And then, let's zoom out and we'll finish. We'll wrap this up here in a second. But all the rain that is falling up here, College Station, Brenham, they had very heavy rain here overnight. So that's going into the Brazos River and the Colorado River. And so those rivers are going to go into flood, if not record flood. So if you have any interest, you live along those rivers, the Colorado and the Brazos are not in big flood right now, but they will be. And so all interesting to pull stuff away from the river and get out of the way of the flooding there.
If you want to show that.
Yeah, let's show it. So this is an update from the Hurricane Center, and well, that's just what we needed, right? So
Right, that's the forecast change.
So that's the forecast track. Well, I'll tell you what. If we did this, so this goes to Thursday. If this happened, once it gets here, the dirty side is further to our east.
So less rain.
Possibly.
Oh,
possibly. I mean, I'll take what I can get. So Wednesday, Thursday. Thursday up north is the last waypoint. Yeah, so Thursday. So, you know, if we can get it further east, that puts us less on the dirty side. This track changes a little bit each time we get it from the Hurricane Center. They're struggling with the forecast as well because there's no water in the river to pick up the storm and float it on out of here right now, and that really doesn't happen until Thursday. And rain total forecasts, again, are off the charts, 30 inches plus. We've already had half or more than half of that in many spots.
Won't we near by the end of today 30 inches in some areas?
Yeah, it's possible on the east side, yeah.
And then there's the radar last dimension.
Yeah, and then there's the big picture right now. There's the center of Harvey. This will be the last time we talk about Harvey. We have that going for us because Harvey, this name will be retired once it's done. You know, Houston is the energy capital of the nation. The resources that are going to pour in here to help us will be tremendous. We're going to recover from this. Just stay as calm as you can. Take a deep breath. We will all get through this together. If you've got some water in your house, okay, you're all right. Just stay put. Don't get out on the roads. Don't try to evacuate. Just stay put. People who lose their lives in flooding are almost always trying to drive in their car. Ones that stay home get wet, but we stay alive, guys.
All right. We know we're going to get through it.
Yep.
We always do. We always manage, and that's what we're doing here.
Yeah.
Right now at KHOU 11 News, we are managing with the weather.
Yeah.
We're going to explain to you folks what our situation is, because I know if you're just tuning in, you're like, it looks a little different. Where are they this morning?
Yeah, so what we've done is, because of the extreme flooding at Buffalo Bayou, there was actually water coming into our studio, which is on the first floor of the station. So we had to adjust, bring the cameras upstairs. This is a conference room normally, and now it's a makeshift studio. At the moment, we are not able to go to our crews who are out all over the place to bring you live reports because technically we're just not there yet as we transition to the conference room. But we'll do that for you shortly. We can check in with David Paul, as he just did, who give us updates on what this rain is doing from Harvey. But in the meantime, and probably for quite some time, we're going to be up here in the conference room to bring you the news. It ain't pretty, but it's effective.
Right, exactly. We brought the basics up here, and we're bringing you the information that you need to know. The information still gets to us the same. It's just the setting is different here. We still have all of our reporters live out in the field. We're working on the logistics with them and connecting with them.
We'll get to them shortly.
We're going to go to them shortly. Like I said, we have reporters all across the city, as far down south as well into Galveston County. So we've got you covered here. Hang in there with us. We've been hanging in there with you. I know we've heard from a lot of you who are in a different environment overnight. By that I mean, instead of being on the first floor, you've had to move upstairs. We've heard of people being on the attic and considering the roof. It's do what you have to do in this situation. The promising news here, I will say, Cheetah Craft shared with me, you know, she's been working the weather computers, but she's also been on Facebook, and she said she had a follower on Facebook that shared with her that her sister had been on the roof of her home in Dickinson, but a helicopter had come and rescued her. Now, once again, that's from a Facebook follower, Cheetah relaying the information for us, but perhaps things are calming in certain pockets where we can get these choppers up and where we can get people who are in those situations out of harm's way. Help is coming to you. We know that, and we're starting to hear about this.
And if they're able to get a chopper up and pluck people off a roof, that means that the weather is good enough to fly. That is a good sign, at least in that part of the metro area. Okay, so we now have the ability to go to some of our reporters. We're going to get up and running here. Janelle Bluda is at I-45 and Wayside on the southeast side. Janelle, are you there? Some folks, she's been seeing them drive through the area. So we'll try and go back to her again a little bit later. Once again, we do have reporters all over the place, and we're in the process of trying to connect with those reporters so we can get you more updates. It's now daylight here. We've been on all night long in extended coverage, and it has been a whirlwind of information and devastating rain, and it's going to continue.
And a historic evening.
Absolutely.
Because we haven't seen widespread, devastating flooding like this at this magnitude. We've had it really bad here before, back in 2001 with Tropical Storm Allison, last year with the flooding then, and the year before that. But, you know,
this tops it all.
It really does.
On the way to topping all of them. Yeah.
It does.
And I think David Paul, who's a bit of a meteorological historian, said he doesn't think that it's been this bad since 1935. So that's 82 years since we will have seen what we're facing right now. Yeah. Just record rainfall, because this storm Harvey, even though it's no longer a hurricane or even a tropical depression, it's still hanging around, driving rain into the Houston area. Remember, this storm hit more than 200 miles away near Corpus Christi, but it's producing all the rain that you've been seeing no matter where you are.
Yeah, and that's because it's a tropical system, and by nature, that's what they do. They dump water on areas, and we know Tropical Storm Allison had parked itself over Houston. Not for this amount of time, though, and I don't think the rain was falling at the rate that it was, and it's such a widespread area. Yes, we woke up and the city was underwater, but this is different. It really is, and we've seen flooding, street flooding from the water. We're hearing that some of the watersheds are at their capacity, and some are near capacity. Buffalo Bayou, we had gotten an update from Harris County Judge Ed Emmett within the last hour, and he had informed us that the Buffalo Bayou was still within its banks. And, you know, that's one of those things where it's a little promising, you know, and something that we can only hope continues to happen. What do you have there, Lynn?
So this is, these are pictures. Ben, if you could, can you square up on this? This is from Twitter, where we're getting pictures from different reporters. This is down in Galveston from Jason Miles. Like I said, it's not the prettiest, but we're doing the best that we can here, folks, until we can get to our reporters who are out at various locations. This is down in Galveston. You can see the rough surf. Things started to clear up down there last night, and then everything changed all over the Houston area. It got much worse. Here, this is, Scott Noel took this picture. There's a resident seeking shelter under a bridge. If you can see that shot.
Yeah, you know, it's amazing. In between bringing us their live reports on air, they're also on social media. Our reporters here on Twitter and on Facebook posting when they can. We want to try again reaching out to Janelle Beluda this time around and see if she is there for us. Janelle, are you there?
I am, guys. Can you hear me now? Okay. I'm hoping you can hear me. If you can, I'm gonna just start here. So we are out here at Highway 45 and Wayside, and this is where they have 45 shut down at completely. You can see on top those cars that are parked. They have been here for hours, as we have as well. Police have 45 shut down at Griggs Road. They say the feeder road after that up until Beltway 8 is actually full of water, so people cannot drive. We, along with several other people, have been stuck here for hours. You can see those cars underneath the overpass. That's several feet of water there. The white car has actually been here since before we got here, but you may have seen earlier the woman that was in that maroon car over there. She was actually rescued by a couple of Good Samaritans out here. I had a chance to speak with her earlier. She didn't want to go on camera because, as you can imagine, she was still very shaken up. She says she was trying to get to her son, who is actually down south. She says he is stranded, and she was just trying to get to him and try and offer him some sort of help when she drove through these waters, obviously not knowing how deep they were, and she got stranded herself. She says she couldn't get out of her car, and that's when two women who must have seen her stranded there, they walked out, they braved those waters there, and they helped open the door so she could get out. Now she says she's just got to figure out a way to get to her son. She's very thankful for their help, though. She said there was no way she could get out. So we are here with a bunch of other people, obviously are stranded here as well. They've been here for hours, just as we have. We have no way to get out at this point, no safe way to get out. But I'm going to talk to a few of those people here. Sir, can you come over with me? What's your name, sir?
Jared.
Jared?
Yeah.
Jared, tell me, how long have you been here?
I've been here since about 2:30.
2:30.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a long time.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, tell me where you're headed.
Well, I actually live by Alameda Mall, and I was, like I said, I was deterred because they got all the feeder roads flooded, and I saw like 10 cars, underwater over there by my house. So I kept going up 45 to try to find another way home. And I got down here to Scott and turned around, and when I got right over here, like I said, like they pushed me off the freeway and told me come on the feeder road. When I got right here, it was just as bad. So I just pulled into the gas station. Been sitting here ever since.
Have you lived here all your life?
Well, I'm from Lamar.
How long have you lived here?
About a year and a half.
Have you ever seen anything like this before?
Man, I when 06, Allison, I think, or when that 01.
I think I could be wrong.
Yeah, you might be right. But yeah, when Allison came, it was bad. But we left, so I wasn't here, for that situation. But this is crazy. You know what I'm saying? And I was talking noise about the storm earlier, like we're just gonna get a little rain, and it's not gonna be nothing. And look, I'm stuck at the gas station on Sunday morning.
And how long do you think you're gonna be here?
Well, we like to about 10, 11 o'clock. It's not subsiding anytime soon.
How have you been passing the time, though? I mean, you've been here since, 2:30 you said?
Facebook, on radio. I've been going live on Facebook, just making videos, and, and that's about it.
Do you have any advice for people?
Man, stay in the house. Stay inside, hey, because, you'll be out here like we stuck out here, you know what I'm saying? And, hey, next time I'm going to listen. I'm going to stay inside.
Yeah, definitely. Well, thank you for talking to us. Be safe out there. I'm going to pull this gentleman over here, too. Where are you headed, sir?
I'm heading over there to Humble, stay over there in Tascasita, close to Sea King. I just got off work, so I was heading that way, but I got stuck in downtown trying to find my way this way, but there was no way out of there.
So you were coming from south and you went north?
I was actually working at Flowers Baking Company right there on Washington Avenue, and tried to get on I-10, and fortunately the water was too high, so I had to reverse off and exit real quick, and then I headed down this way and been stuck here ever since. It's almost about 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock. What have you been doing since then?
Listen to radio, chit-chatting here with some of the guys, girls I met around here, and just trying to kill time until the water gets out of here.
Have you lived in Houston all your life?
Yes.
Have you ever seen anything like this?
No. Usually when I get off work, usually it passes by, so usually the water's died down already, but not this bad, not this fast.
Yeah. You have any advice for people?
Stay home. Unless you got to work, then
stay at home.
Yeah.
Yeah, and guys, that's exactly what police are telling people here. You know, there's no reason to come out. I mean, obviously, we weren't immune either. We're stuck here just as well. Even if you head out, you know, you never know where you're going to end up or how long you'll be stuck, just like these guys. And it's obviously also not safe, like you saw with the woman in her car there. So, you know, just be safe out there, guys. Lynn, Mia.
Thank you. We're listening to folks who are talking down on the southeast side, I-45 and west side. What is encouraging is there's no rain there, and that is truly a blessing, because all we've seen all night long for hours and hours is a bunch of rain. We want to let you know, as Mia holds up a picture
Yeah,
from...
this is an image, one of our viewers who tweeted this, and actually I think this one is from Kevin Reese himself. That's not a viewer, that's one of our great reporters out there on the ground in Dickinson along I-45 that's impassable, and he's showing us the conditions here since daylight. So just an area, let me here, see if I get the screen, there we go. Just one of the areas that's impassable you need to watch out for. We've heard a lot that's going on in Dickinson, a lot of folks there who've taken on water in their homes, and in even some potential rescues out there as well too. You've got some new information, right?
Here's the details from the U.S. Coast Guard. They are using 5 helicopters for search and rescue missions in the greater Houston area. We heard the police chief talk about the possibility of the Coast Guard coming in with Coast Guard, so they have 5 helicopters. Now, if you need help, if you need rescuing, if you're on a roof, for example, either call 911 if you need rescuing, or you can call the Coast Guard directly. Their number is 281-464-4851. Again, the direct number to the Coast Guard, 281-464-4851, or you can call 911. I know in some areas it has stopped raining on the southeast side, so if you're in that area and it's clear and you need rescuing off a roof, then the Coast Guard perhaps will be able to get up in the air and come get you. They've got 5 choppers.
Yeah. That is for a rescue if you were up on the roof.
Yes.
Obviously.
Not to pluck you from a car.
No.
You know, it has to be something that is life-threatening.
Right, life-threatening. And please make sure you contact the number that Lynn just gave to you. Once again, 281-464-4851. We know we've seen out there on Facebook and Twitter people saying National Guard is coming. Call this number. Folks, we looked into that. That was false information. So you want to make sure. And once again, if you know someone who is in need of rescuing, and we're talking about from the rooftop by the U.S. Coast Guard, they either need to dial 911 or 281-464-4851. Those are the numbers to call.
Okay, again, we're coming to you from our second floor conference room because of flooding down in the studio. You can continue to follow us on KHOU.com, right here, of course, on air, on our YouTube channel, or on Facebook or our KHOU-11 mobile app. You can do all of that. We're getting this information now from Missouri City. They're asking residents to shelter in place because the Brazos River is expected to reach record flood levels. However, no evacuations at this time in Missouri City, but they do not want you going out. They want you to shelter in place. That goes along with Dickinson as well as Pasadena. They've ordered the same thing there.
I was showing you the photo earlier from Twitter. Kevin Reese had posted. He's down in Dickinson along I-45 at Dickinson Bayou, I believe is where he last was. Let's check back in with him. Kevin?
Hey guys, we are in Dickinson. We are now, don't ask me how I did it, but we are on the north side of Dickinson Bayou. We're standing in the northbound lanes of I-45, where we do have some active rescue operations underway. They are, folks from Galveston County are putting some rescue boats in the water, as you can probably see after this truck moves out of the way. We also have a couple of airboats that are available, and some traffic now getting through a little bit here in the northbound lanes of I-45. That's the traffic you see passing us right now. But these are guys from the county who are going to put these boats in the water. They're using an off-ramp as a boat ramp right now to put this small aluminum boat in the water to work on rescues down over in here. We look at where they're headed. For example, if you look at that storage business over here, there's a man standing there. It is surrounded by water. And as this truck goes by, you can see that it is even deeper as you go into Dickinson proper. This is the exit, I believe, to 516. We're 1 mile from 646 in Santa Fe. I want to go back to the south, Josh, if we can. Now you're looking south in the northbound lanes, and all of that water you see, that is Dickinson Bayou. It is only about a foot deep on this side in places. Some cars, some people in big trucks are navigating, making their way through. But on the opposite side, those are the southbound lanes, and in some places there, it's as much as 3 feet deep and impassable on the southbound side. Matter of fact, let's sweep all the way over this way, and you can see a business across here on the other side of I-45 as we move our camera. Hang with us. We'll show you what it looks like. This is a business on the south side of I-45, just a mile south of the Santa Fe exit at FM 646. And we can probably, Josh, I don't know if you can pan left from where you are, but as we look south on I-45, down, this is the direction of Galveston, this is the direction of Hitchcock, and the lake on the right, those are the southbound lanes of I-45. A few people, the guy driving away from us right now is driving the wrong direction. Actually, let's look at something else over here. There's a Coast Guard helicopter up in the air. It is in the direction of headed toward Texas City. They've been running back and forth as if looking for places where they might need to execute rescues. Just to give you an idea of how deep this water might be, we're standing on I-45 right next to the freeway. There is deep water from Dickinson Bayou. We can only imagine at this point how deep it is, where that Coast Guard helicopter is looking to see if there are people who need to be rescued. Right now they're stopping and appearing to hover at one spot there in the Dickinson area. This would be along the path of Dickinson Bayou, where there are plenty of homes. But that's kind of the stuff that is going on here right now. Coast Guard helicopter there in the distance, about a half mile away from us, and more boats being launched over here by Galveston County Sheriff's Department as they try to get as many boats in the water as they can, boats like this and airboats standing by, so that they can get out into the community to see who does indeed need to be rescued. But again, in terms of rescues, that's underway. In terms of traffic in this area of I-45, you will not get anywhere north and south past Dickinson, whether you're coming from Galveston, whether you're coming trying to go south from Houston. We're going to keep our eye for the moment on that Coast Guard helicopter. We probably have a pretty good shot with our extender on our lens to see exactly what they're doing over there, because they are hovering in one spot. And this is an area, the angle that you're looking at right now is you are looking to the...
Rescue, don't hit that, they got the hatch open.
All right, hatch is open. It looks like a rescue may indeed be underway. This would be along Dickinson Bayou. The camera angle you're looking at, we are looking toward the east, toward the ship channel in that direction. and we'll keep our eyes on it at this distance to see if anything is happening at all. But we do know clear evidence that multiple rescues are underway here. We know they're happening in other parts of the Houston area, but here in Dickinson, where if Dickinson Bayou has completely blocked both lanes of I-45, we know that there are indeed very deep flooding problems in the Dickinson neighborhoods as well. We'll keep watching this situation here, talking with people who have been brought out so far by the Galveston County Sheriff's Department in big trucks. As far as the Coast Guard, we'll keep this live picture up if you guys want to talk about some of the other situations, but we're kind of losing this Coast Guard helicopter below the tree line. Stand by. Basket being lowered by this Coast Guard helicopter. So what you're watching is a rescue underway. We do not have information at this point exactly where in Dickinson they are, but Dickinson Bayou, if you're looking to the east, it is running this direction toward the ship channel. So there would be multiple homes and businesses in the area where that Coast Guard helicopter is hovering right now. We're trying to get our eyes on it with photographer Josh Stephen to see exactly what is happening as they've dropped below the tree line. But this is the small measure of chaos here in Dickinson that I know is being repeated all across the Houston viewing area. And as we see some of this car traffic now coming through in the northbound lanes, cars are coming through one at a time. The only good news I can give you is that there is evidence from the debris line that we have seen in both the north and southbound lanes of I-45 that the water was deeper at one point and has actually gone down just a little bit. Of course, that's because it hasn't rained in, say, the last 30 minutes, but here it comes again. We don't know exactly if the water is indeed completely going down, if it's going to come back up again. We are getting a great deal of police activity now here, standing in the northbound lanes of I-45, as they're kind of using this as a launching area, using an off-ramp to get boats into the water. And as we continue to watch this Coast Guard helicopter hovering over a home along Dickinson Bayou. We are assuming, and actually down here at the storage business, if it's worth seeing, Josh, we now have another guy who's trying to fire up 2 Sea-Doos or jet skis that were at the storage business. You still have eyes on the helicopter?
Yes.
We're going to keep our eyes on the helicopter. If you guys need to talk over us, Mia and Lynn, let me know. But we will keep this shot up of this Coast Guard helicopter as traffic is now starting to come through in the northbound lanes of I-45, but only one lane and cars that are daring to get through about a foot of water. Back to you guys.
Hundreds of rescues unfolding right now, at least in terms of people making phone calls. The Coast Guard will get to you as soon as they possibly can. They have 5 choppers now up and ready and available and definitely necessary.
All right, was visiting with Blake Matthews while we were watching the Coast Guard take action there. So we're seeing a lull in the rain, and
Hallelujah.
Blake joins us now with some new observations. We sure are hoping there's something of promise here.
We are looking for any silver lining that we can, believe me. And as you can see, I've gotten out of the suit now. I'm actually standing here barefoot, if you can believe that, because the water downstairs is rising pretty rapidly. So again, water all over the building in the first floor. We're up on the second floor. And what we're looking at here is a satellite image. And what's really interesting, and David Paul pointed this out, our chief meteorologist, there appears to be 2 circulations. So a tropical system is stacked. It's stacked up into the atmosphere. You have a low-level circulation, you have a mid-level circulation, you have an anticyclone on top. But watch what happens is the storm now has moved inland. There appears the circulation seems to have broken off. The top part of the circulation seems to have broken off and pushed right over Houston. That's really bad, obviously, because we've gotten a lot of rain from it. But the good news is, if there's any silver lining, we're hoping that circulation continues to pull on off towards the north and east, in essence giving us a small break, at least for a couple of hours, until the next band of rain reforms overnight tonight. So again, if there's any silver lining, it looks like we will get a light break. I don't think it's going to stop raining completely, but I do think that the rain totals, or the rain rates, the rainfall rates will come down a little bit, hopefully more into the 1/4 to 1/2 inch of rain per hour instead of the 3, 4, 5, and 6 inch rain amounts that we've seen all morning long. David's working the radar for me. You can see we still have that tornado watch in effect indefinitely here across southeast Texas. Obviously, the rain's still coming down extremely hard. Earlier this morning, we were talking about the different bayous that were getting ready to overflow and the creeks or whatnot. We can't keep up. They're rising so fast. By the time we put the information down, it's old information. So essentially, if you live near a creek, you live near a river, you live near a bayou, assume that it is either at bank full or getting ready to spill over, or has done so a long time ago. So again, that includes everybody from Spring Creek, Cypress Creek out of its banks now as well as Spring Creek. Most of the bayous and rivers inside the city of Houston, that includes White Oak, Braze, Sims, Clear Creek, getting down towards northern Galveston County, where they have picked up 24 inches of rain. And that was as of about 2 hours ago. I haven't looked since because we've been trying to get everything upstairs. But I could tell you, looking at the forecast models over the next 3 to 4 days, guys, it's bad. It's bad news because it. Okay, so let's show the RPM right here. So this is at noon today. So we'll go ahead and move forward into time. And David, let's do this really slowly here. And you'll notice there's a little bit of our break, if that's what you want to call it. Now, there is heavy rain bands still sitting over the city. Now, keep in mind, this is computer model simulation here. So the rain band might be a little further to the west. It might be a little further to the east. But the bottom line is it does look like we're still going to have some rain pushing into the area. But you can see that there are breaks in the rain, and that's what we're looking for. That's what we're praying for here. Any break that we can get will certainly help, but more rain building out to the west, and it looks like that rain is going to be with us over the course of the next couple of days. Okay, thank you. So as we push forward into time, this is 8:30 this evening, 8:45. You can see the rain redeveloping here. And this is going to stick with us, and as long as that circulation remains to the west of Houston, which it is anticipated to do, and we'll show you the forecast from the National Hurricane Center coming up momentarily, we're going to continue to see that southeasterly flow coming in right off the Gulf of Mexico and enhanced by all the dynamics that are sitting right over the top of the Houston area. As we get into midnight Monday here, you'll see that we are getting more breaks down here in Brazoria County and to portions of Fort Bend County. The rain tends to move to the north, but then it redevelops to the south. So again, there's just not a whole lot here that is good about this situation. We've got multiple days of rain still ahead of us, and we're just going to have to get through it. You know, we got through Tropical Storm Allison, we got through Hurricane Alicia, we got through Hurricane Ike. We're going to get through Hurricane Harvey. And again, here's the official track from the National Hurricane Center. Still tropical storm, winds of about 45 miles an hour, but obviously it has transitioned now more from a wind threat to a flood threat. And here's the track. So this is as of 7 o'clock this morning. Quickly becoming a depression, getting very close to moving back out over the open waters of the Gulf, but officially it does not. And then it hooks back to the north, right through Fort Bend County, right up the west belt, it looks like, up through the Woodlands and up through Huntsville. So once that center of circulation gets back over the top of us, if we could go back to that satellite, David, I really think that may be a pretty decent scenario. And the reason why I say that, so if we go back to the satellite, remember the center of circulation going to move right over the city of Houston. By the way, that's Thursday. So there's the center of circulation. What's one thing you don't see, guys? Rain.
No rain.
No rain. It's all off to the east. So I think, at least right now, the best case scenario is you want that center to be right over Houston. Sure. This is one of those situations to where the storm has decoupled, it is decaying, it's dying out, and now most of the rain and most of the upper level winds are pushing those thunderstorms on off towards the east. So, now granted, it's Thursday, okay, we still have 4 days to go, but if we can get to Thursday, I think that we will see that circulation push right through the city, giving all of our weather to Louisiana. Of course, we don't want to wish that on our friends to the east, but we need a break, and we need a break really badly.
All right, Blake, thank you so much. It is daylight now in Houston, where we'll be able to really see all the damage and the abandoned cars today and a lot of rescues. You saw the Army or the Coast Guard helicopter a little bit earlier down in Dickinson. And there are a lot of shelters now available. I want to tell you about some of them. There are 4 Salvation Army shelters, and we are told they are not turning away the homeless. They have opened an emergency shelter at 2732 Cherry Brook Lane. Okay, that's one of 4 Salvation Army shelters. The Islamic Society of Greater Houston is now telling us they have 3 mosques that are open as shelters. There's one at 17250 Coventry Park. That's in the northwest side, Al Mustafa Mosque. On the south side, 610 Brand Lane. I hope you're writing this down if you need help. And on the southeast side, Abu Bakr, that's the mosque at 8830 Old Galveston Road. 3 mosques available for shelters in various parts of Houston if you need it.
All right, closely approaching 8 a.m. It's 7:59 right now. A lot of you just waking up and getting a look out your windows, out your doors at what's going on out there. Many of you know because you have stayed up through the night with us. But if you're heading outdoors and there is water on the ground, and even if there hasn't been water, if there looks like there's been some kind of damage, you need to be extra careful. Watch where you are walking because of power lines. And you don't know where you might have a live wire there on the ground. And I think you know what would happen if you come across one. So you need to take extreme precaution as you get up and you get moving this morning and you head outdoors.
As you get out and walk around today, the Houston that you see today is not the Houston you saw yesterday because of all the rain, some of the wind, but mostly just a deluge of rain, like almost like we'd never seen before. And as you heard Blake say, we've got a couple days left. Let's go to Scott Knoll now. He's on the southeast side at Sagemont, Beltway 8 near Beamer. Scott, are you there?
I am, Len. If anything really drives home what this flooding event is all about, I want you to take a look at this. This family left their home at about 7 o'clock last night when the floodwaters started coming up. Here they are. This is everything they were able to grab. They were just able to get out with this, their pets, the pool that they used to float some pets back here with them. This is Chris. Chris, tell us a little bit about this. How fast did this water come up? How fast did this all happen?
The water came up probably, what, 45 minutes? And it was knee deep. And that's the entire time we were trying to get stuff. Sorry.
Sorry.
Oh, sure. We were trying to get what we could out of the house. Then we went to the neighbor's house. They were trying to go up in the attic. We couldn't get all of them up there, so we went ahead and went across and waited out and came over here.
And all 6 of you were able to get out and just basically arms full of whatever you could get?
You got it. That's what we did. Yes.
How long have you been sitting here now, waiting?
About 11. I think it's probably 10, 11 when we finally got here. Yeah. But it took a little while to get out of the house, and we stood at the neighbors for a while and tried to look down the road and see if we could get out that way, but the current was too high. So we came back, and then we finally drudged our way through this way. We had to knock down a fence to get out, but you know.
And how deep was that water? You said what? It was about probably a quarter mile to get here to the bridge, to some sort of higher ground to safety.
Right. When we crossed the road, it was about chest deep. It was about waist deep most of the way until we got like a little closer to us. Then it went up a little higher again and then went down. We finally made it to the the little overpass over here, and after that it was not too bad.
And you said you've lived in this neighborhood for what, 10 years now? Have you ever seen anything like this? You've been here for Memorial Day flooding, you've been here for Tax Day flooding. Is this one just different?
Oh yeah, it's way worse for us at least. Yeah. The roads have flood a couple times a year, but normally it doesn't come out of the road much. But yeah, this one was way bad. I think when we bought the house, they told us that Allison got in a little bit, but this was way worse than what they described.
I mean, talk about, I imagine there had to be some heartbreaking decisions made on the way out of the door. What are you going to grab, and what's it going to look like when you get back?
Right, we tried to grab some photos, much as we could stick in the waterproof bags. You know, obviously the animals we had to get out. And that we moved as much stuff up high as we could, but the way they were talking, it got door height, so you know, there's probably nothing in the house that's any good anymore. So we lost lots of pictures and other things that, you know, comic books, I know, but yeah, all kinds of books and all. So it's not good.
Obviously, a lot of what I assume neighbors here, all kind of in the same situation. I mean, what's been the talk? How unbelievable has it been to sit here for hour after hour after hour, not only watch more people come out, but that rain just keep coming down?
Yeah, it wasn't very good to watch it, you know, keep coming down. I mean, it was good to see that they were getting people out with the airboats and the big trucks. But you know, it's nothing like knowing you're going to go home and all your cars and everything in your house is done for. So
at this point, is it really just a waiting game for you guys? I mean, where do you go from here? You've got your belongings, you've got your pets, you guys are all together, but you're under a bridge. I mean, what's next?
Right. Hopefully it'll clear up enough where we can get to my mom and dad's house or a hotel or something and stay, I guess, is what we'll do until we can, I don't know, whatever the insurance does to help out. I don't know what happens. This hasn't happened to us before, so it's not a very, I don't know, exciting thing.
Obviously, I'm sure you've heard the forecast. More rain expected throughout the day, the next few days even. How serious should people take this situation?
Oh, you should probably get out. You know, don't do like we did and wait too long and then you lose way more than what you could have, you know, saved. You know, it's dangerous. We probably shouldn't have waited out, but you know, we weren't going to be able to get up in the attic with the dogs and the cats and the rabbit.
And you've been through Houston flooding before. It's never affected you guys. Did you just figure it's going to be safe again?
Well, kinda. You know, most of the day it was kind of like, you know, normal storm, nothing too bad, and then it came in and it came up quick. You know, and our road, pretty much all the rest of the neighborhood kind of, you know, it comes out and it goes down our road, so it's like a river after a while.
I certainly appreciate the time. Good luck to you guys, and you know, hopefully it helps on the way soon. This is just one family that's affected here in the Sagemont area. As we've been here for the last probably half hour or so, we've seen at least 3 truckloads of evacuees, literally in some cases in the back of a dump truck, just being brought out of these neighborhoods, out of the floodwater here at Sagemont. If you take a look back over this way, you may be able to see, I mean, this entire neighborhood is just underwater at this point. And we have no idea how deep any of this goes. This, of course, is the feeder road for Beltway 8. It's underwater. You're going to see that all up and down Beltway 8. In fact, most of the entrances, exits are blocked because they do lay low, standing water on them, cars just left behind. Parking lots here at these gas stations have just overflowing with people at this point. People just basically waiting, trying to figure out where to go next. You can see the same thing over here. And if you look down Beamer Road, a few minutes ago we saw the flashing lights down there. That's a rescue boat. They just put in the water down there, hoping to get into these neighborhoods, get some of these people who haven't been as lucky, haven't been able to get out of their house, haven't been able to get someplace high, someplace dry. And this is more than likely a scene we're going to see over and over and over throughout the day here in the Sagemont area. Guys, if you're back in the studio, toss it back to you.
Up the door and losing much of what they own is just heartbreaking. But they had to get away.
And that shows just how desperate they got and how bad the situation was where they were out in Sagemont. They felt like they had to leave their home. They started seeing the water rush in, and that place of shelter for them, the closest shelter was under an overpass, and they weren't the only family out there. There were others gathered too. You know, we've been constantly getting information in. We heard from Francisco Sanchez. He's the spokesperson for the Harris County Office of Emergency Management. Multiple rain gauges collect more than a foot of rain in just the last 6 hours. He tweeted this. We heard from him. We're also hearing from the Rosenberg Police Department, road closures. We want to let you know about those because I know a lot of you will see daylight and think you can be on the move if there's not flooding just outside your door, but around the corner down the street. We know that's definitely a possibility. In the case of Rosenberg, we're talking about this is Highway 59, I-69 at Reading Road, and then Highway 90 at Highway 36. Those are areas you need to watch out for. We were watching the Coast Guard with a helicopter rescue out in Dickinson. Our Kevin Reese was following that. We want to check back in with him to see what's going on out there. Kevin?
Hey, I want to show you a new scene. This is Dickinson Bayou. At least as Dickinson Bayou runs completely down FM 517. We are standing on I-45 looking down. This is FM 517, which is a river now as it races off to the Houston Ship Channel. This is a road I've been on too many times to count. And as you look in the distance, well, the traffic lights somehow still work, but you can see all the way down the street here just how deep this water is by the cars that are parked along the curb, the cars that have not been swept away, but that are still there. When we came to you live a little while ago, the Coast Guard helicopter that was hovering overhead, this is the area, these are the neighborhoods that they were working in and that they will continue to work in. Also, several airboats have now gone into this neighborhood. Several other boats from the Galveston County Sheriff's Department have also gone in, and evacuations are underway right now. We hope to be on one of those boats in a little while, but this is an amazing scene. Water several feet deep on FM 517. You're looking into Dickinson. We can only imagine just how deep the water is all the way back in there. Now, Josh, if I want to break off and let's come on over here, I want you to look north on I-45.
Hey, grab the cable.
Go ahead, I got you. North on I-45. And this is also where Dickinson Bayou is spilling into and blocking both lanes of I-45. Rescues also underway there by the cars that were stranded, and people are stranded in their cars here. But if you can see in the distance, this is the second section that is completely blocked by the overflow of Dickinson Bayou. Both sides of I-45, you're not going to get past this. We can see some cars with their lights flashing. There's another car sideways deep into the water out there. And this is where people are stranded trying to get to and from the Dickinson area. Every now and then.
I can zoom in and see people walking. Everybody's walking.
All right, show me. My photographer, Josh Stephen, can see a little farther than I can with his lens, but people are walking in this water out here. They've got cars stranded. They're trying to get out. Some of the rescues have been happening here. Again, you're looking at I-45, looking north toward downtown Houston, with water very deep on these cars, water up to the chest on people who are trying to wade through and get out. But the Galveston County Sheriff's Office has been trying to rescue people from here, as well as trying to rescue folks from Dickinson proper, which is even deeper than where those folks are right now. This is where we're going to be stuck for a while, because rescues happening here on I-45, rescues happening in Dickinson. They're also going to be happening on the Santa Fe side as well. So the water raging from Dickinson Bayou, just one of many, many problems that are out here, and it's going to be this way for quite some time. We'll give you updates as we talk to some of these folks who are being rescued when they come out. We'll let you know more as we get it. Back to you guys.
Earlier, the Coast Guard has 5 choppers that they are using as part of the rescues. We heard the Houston Police Chief, Art Acevedo, tell us earlier this morning that 25 to 30 boats for rescue would be coming in to help from San Antonio. They were on their way a few hours ago. Hopefully they are here. You heard Kevin mention the airboats. It is just an army of people going in to help those who are stranded, whether they're on the roads or whether they're in homes with high water. It is a very difficult situation that they are facing. And not only is there trouble out there, but we've got our own issues. We are, as you can see, this is not a normal studio,
No, it's not.
but we've turned it into one. It is the conference room on the second floor because our own studio was beginning to flood from Buffalo Bayou that was starting to float in. That's how much rain that we're getting, and we're just 1 mile west of downtown Houston along Allen Parkway.
And I think, just real quick, because we know Buffalo Bayou is still within its banks, the flooding that we're seeing along Allen Parkway, and this is what's so unbelievable, that's all street flooding.
Right.
And water flowing, you know, Allen Parkway sits a little bit lower, obviously, where the station is situated. At Stanford, we've just watched the water rush and spill onto Allen Parkway and collect there. And fortunately, Buffalo Bayou has stayed within its banks because I tell you what, if it was flowing out of it, we would have been up here a lot earlier. And when I say up here, I'm talking about the second story of our studios inside the conference room here broadcasting to you.
So now, if you know of somebody that needs rescued and they're in a dire situation, whether perhaps they're on the roof of their home, maybe they're in near a body of water, it's a very desperate situation, you can call 911 and be very explicit about how desperate your situation is. That will give you priority because so many other people are calling. You can also contact the Coast Guard directly. I have that number, 281-464-4851. I'm sure a lot of you are going to need help today.
Mm-hmm. And as we get a better look of the city, as we check in with the different reporters, we're going to see just how much of the city has been impacted and just how it's not specific to one area, it's all across the city. You know, I've been following many of you on Facebook and looking at your comments on the KHOU 11 Facebook page, where we're still posting and there's information there, and if you have questions you can go there and post the questions. We have people trying to answer, find the information for you that you need. But I know just hearing from so many of you, you're in all different places of the city, or you have family and friends you're concerned about in different parts of the city as well.
Yeah, and we're streaming. You can follow us YouTube channel, Facebook, KHOU11 mobile app, KHOU.com, Twitter.
Mm-hmm. All of those sources we have for you. All right, let's go up north now to Greens Point, where we had rescues overnight. We had the Houston Police Department go in with a heavy truck and with a boat and rescue people from there. Our Brandy Smith followed it all. She joins us now from the Greens Point area with more. Brandy?
Yeah, Mia, I'm on Beltway 8, right by the Imperial Valley exit, just the southern end of Greens Point. And I want to show you, we had some folks just walk and climb into that red truck. We've been talking about how you should not drive into high water like this SUV is doing. Well, that red truck did it a few minutes ago. Oh, sorry, the folks are going to keep walking. But that red truck did venture into the water a bit ago, stalled out. Another truck pushed it to that point, so it was out of the high water. But you can see where it sits now. There was an incident response team here so quickly, but I want to emphasize this is what you're doing when you're venturing out on the roads. If you come out here knowing the conditions that we've seen, that we're showing you, you drive into the high water, you don't only put yourself at risk, you're putting anyone else who is in the car with you at risk, and you're putting those first responders at risk as well. And there are so many emergency, life-threatening situations emerging throughout this community. Those resources need to be devoted to saving those folks, not pulling people out of cars when they can see the high water. It's one thing before the sun comes up. Well, it's daylight now. You can see that there is water all over the westbound and eastbound lanes of of Beltway 8 now. There's no reason to venture in. We always hear folks come back at us and say, well, so-and-so made it through, he's fine. It looks like this white truck may have stalled out. He stopped there. It's just not worth the risk, guys. There is nowhere you need to be headed today that is going to be worth venturing out here. And I think this fella in the orange shirt is actually the driver of that red truck. They've had to venture eastbound to try to get help. Not sure how they're going to start that car. Want to show just past them, Mario, if you pan off to the left a little bit and show the in-town suites. The parking lot here, there's a truck with its lights on in there, but the parking lot is absolutely flooded. Water is up to the engines, past the tire well of a lot of these vehicles. We're kind of following these folks as they head back to their car. Now a second. Oh, it's stuck. Yep, that white truck now appears to be stuck in the high water. So even trucks, these trucks can't get through. It doesn't look like the water is stalling it necessarily. He's gunning the engine, and you can see the water being thrown back by the tires, but he's not going anywhere. Now we have a couple more trucks who are apparently feeling like they can make it. This water is deep. We showed you earlier Greens Road and just how deep that was. First responders were saying that it was about chest deep. This probably isn't, it's maybe a foot, a little more. But if you look over at the frontage road, the water is about to top, especially when the trucks drive by and create that wake. The water from the frontage road is about to meet that of the main lanes, and we are going to have just one giant mass of water. Let's see if this truck can make it through. The other thing we want to warn people about, and we've been saying it, don't be walking in the water. You don't know what's in it. All kinds of critters could be in there. All kinds of items could be in there as well. So take a look at the frontage road over here. I want to walk over here if we can. Sorry, we're kind of taking you on a full tour of Beltway 8 right now. Just how high the water here is on the frontage road. And really quickly, before we send it back to you in the studio, Len and Mia, or the converted studio, I want to show you the gas pumps over here at the Shell with water up to them. It looks like it's receded a little bit, but the rain hasn't stopped, and we're going to see it keep coming down for the next couple days. Len, Mia?
Brandy is up in the north side, Greens Point, where they had evacuated a whole bunch of folks from several apartment complexes for the second time in the last 14 months. Just devastating for them.
Yeah.
Okay, Scott Noel, he's on the southeast side. We talked to him before where there was a family under an overpass because it was the only place they could get out of their homes and find a dry spot. Just one of hundreds of stories we're going to hear today. What else are you hearing down there, Scott?
Hearing, but also seeing, just since we talked to that family, we've seen a couple others actually come out of the water here in the Sagemont neighborhood. If you take a look behind me, you can see this entire neighborhood is literally underwater at this point. Cars just washed all over the place. We just keep seeing people just kind of appearing out of nowhere, ending up in waist deep, chest deep water. I just talked to one couple. They said they actually came here from the north side to watch the fight last night. The waters came up, they couldn't get out. They said they walked at least 1 mile to try to get to some sort of higher ground here, get out of this flood water. We talked to one gentleman. He said that there's actually a woman back in one of these houses, back in this neighborhood, up on her roof, waiting for someone to come and get her. We did see an emergency rescue boat launch here a few minutes ago. We haven't seen exactly where it's gone. They have not come back out yet. So hopefully they're in there and just filling this thing up with a lot of these people, because we just keep hearing stories about people who are stuck back in there and really no place to go. This whole neighborhood, this whole Sagemont neighborhood here by Beltway 8 and Beamer is completely underwater. You can see how high it is on the fire hydrants, how high it is on the signs. If you look back behind me going in this other direction, these people are still back under this bridge just waiting for some sort of help, for somebody to come and get them. We have seen several truckloads of people being evacuated out in these high water vehicles, but obviously still a whole lot more people back in these neighborhoods, a whole lot more people waiting for help. And hopefully that help will get here before these waters get a whole lot higher. Guys, back to you.
Live from the Sagemont area and the widespread flooding there in that area, and people last minute evacuating their homes and seeking shelter there under a feeder road. It's just unbelievable. What was very notable in that live shot was the lack of rainfall out there. It seems to have tapered off for a while. And we want to check in with our Blake Matthews to see what's going on with this system. We know it's just a lull,
right?
But what's going on exactly at this time?
You know, the lull is kind of like watering your grass after it's dead. You know, the damage is done with the amount of rain that we've had, so everything that we have on top of that is just only going to make things worse, obviously. Take a look at some of the rainfall totals we've seen over the past 24 hours, okay? 18.9, 14, 12, 13.9, 17, 15, 14, and it's area wide. Now, this is just an estimate, okay, from the radar. The official estimates down in Galveston County are over 25 inches. Now, I want to put this in perspective. How much is 25 inches of rain? Well, it's 6 months worth of rain here in Houston. Our average rainfall for the entire year, 49 inches at Bush Intercontinental Airport. So we're picking up almost a full year's worth of rain. And I say that projecting out towards Thursday because it's going to rain tonight, and it's going to rain very hard tonight. It's going to rain tomorrow, and it's going to rain the next day. So by the time all this is said and done, if what our RPM model is showing is correct, add another 25 inches of rain on top of what we've already picked up. Jeez. So certainly this makes Allison looks like child's play all of a sudden. So again, rainfall totals. Here's the RPM. David's driving the forecast over there. This is noon today. Now what we're watching for is the lull in activity here. And we call it a lull and not a break because I think it's going to continue to rain throughout the day. But we can certainly, we would rather have a 1/4 inch of rain per hour instead of 3 inches per hour, okay? So we're looking at little breaks here along the immediate coast, but look up to the north. Can't forget about our friends up there. I know the flooding is tremendous down in Galveston and southeast Harris County. Got a lot of creeks and tributaries up here as well. Up on the north side, Cypress Creek well out of its banks, Spring Creek out of its banks. The areas near Timber Lakes, Timber Ridge, Glenlock on the backside of the Woodlands. If you're not flooded, likely going to. Tomball, Katy, areas out towards Waller. This is an everybody flood, not just, you know, during Allison, it was basically along and east of 45. People out towards Katy picked up an inch of rain. So as we continue to push out towards time, this is 4 o'clock on this evening, 5 o'clock. You can see the rain redeveloping now. As it begins to get dark, you know, there are certain atmospheric conditions that take place that cause the rain to fall harder during the night. And this is obviously what the model is picking up on. Now, as we continue heading into Sunday, or tonight, heading into your Monday, you see what I see, and that is the rain continues to fall. Now, there may be some breaks in the action at times, but it's going to take more than 2 or 3 hours to get rid of the kind of water that we have out there on the freeways and in the bayous. So even 2 or 3 hours, we'll take it, but we're going to need days and weeks worth of dry weather to get rid of the rain that we have. And unfortunately, this takes us all the way into 7 o'clock on Monday morning. You can see the rain a little bit further to the east.
Yeah.
We'll take it. Maybe that's somewhat of a silver lining.
Not good for
but
the
a
folks
lot
on
of
the
rain
east.
still out to the west as well.
Yeah.
Now, as what we were talking about 30 minutes ago, David, if we could put up the satellite. This is one of those situations, we can start with the track or the satellite. The official forecast from the National Hurricane Center, the official forecast takes the center of Harvey, or whatever's left of it at that time, right over the city of Houston. Okay, you say, well, that's really bad. In this case, it actually may be the saving grace for our city because there's not much precipitation over the center of circulation. We'll show you that coming up in just a second. But here's the official forecast. This point up here, when it gets up towards Huntsville, is again like 1 a.m. on Thursday. So we have a long time to go. As long as that system continues to sit and spin out to our west, we're going to continue to get that flow coming in right off the Gulf of Mexico. So again, there's our center of circulation. This is the low-level center. Now keep in mind, a tropical system, think of it like a cake. You get a hurricane when you get a closed low at the surface, down where we live. Then you have a mid-level circulation in the mid-level part of the atmosphere. and then you have an upper level circulation, okay? When they are stacked, you have a tropical system. That's how hurricanes are formed. When they are decoupled, okay, you get more of a mid-level circulation, then it's something completely different. This appears to me that the mid-level circulation located near Brenham, which has produced all of the rain that we've seen over the past 24 hours, has decoupled from the low-level circulation. So what we're hoping, it's only a hope and a prayer here, is that upper level low, that mid-level circulation pulls off to the northeast, taking the rain with it, leaving behind the dry low-level center. The low-level center is what the National Hurricane Center is tracking, not the mid-level circulation. So if we get the circulation over Houston, I think things begin to dry out. Unfortunately,
if that happens, that means prayers would have been answered. I kid you
hopefully.
not.
It's 2 or 3 days away.
We need a break.
7 hours ago.
Oh my gosh, a long time ago. And you know what, it was interesting, you were showing the path, the projected path of the storm there, Blake, and we were talking about earlier, you were saying the damage was already done is in regards to the rain, the substantial amount of rain and the flooding, but that's because we're going to have that rain, the system moves north, then it flows into our rivers, the rivers flow south and bring the flooding water
so
as well.
it doesn't necessarily, and that's what we saw last night, and David and I and Brooks and Cheetah, we all mentioned, is like, my goodness, the bayous are so full, and that's because that watershed is taking in so much water.
All right, thanks, Blake. Let's jump out to Dickinson, where there's been a rescue that we've been following, and also high water on the Gulf Freeway, and Kevin Reese is there. What's the latest there, Kevin?
Yeah, you're looking at yet another Coast Guard rescue here in Dickinson. We are at 517, FM 517. We're standing on I-45. That's where we're looking at this scene where a Coast Guard helicopter has already pulled 2 people in by basket. We're waiting to see if they have yet another rescue they're going to effect here. But we have watched them do 3 or 4, and now they get as many people in this Coast Guard helicopter as they can. They've closed the door and they are on their way back to the Coast Guard base to drop them off. And then we know it'll take about another 10, 15 minutes and the same Coast Guard helicopter will be back to work again in these neighborhoods in Dickinson. As that helicopter flies away, Josh, when it's good for you, go back down and show us what it looks like here in the flooded streets of FM 517. That Coast Guard helicopter making a turn and coming north with at least 2 passengers on board. We saw them raised by basket from some of the flooded streets in Dickinson, and now they're heading back in the direction of what would likely, from the direction they're going, likely be Ellington Field. Stay with us here. We're going to show you what it looks like here. This is, again, is FM 517. It is under several feet of water. I lived in the Houston area for at least 9 years and never saw anything like this. Lee, can we come talk to you, Lee? Come on over here for a second. Josh, go ahead and keep the picture that you've got. Lee, I'm going to walk you around. While my photographer, Josh, is taking this picture, I'm going to talk to Lee here. Lee owns a business, and you live here in Dickinson, is that right?
Yes, sir.
How close are you to where your house is right now from the scenes that we're looking at right now?
I'm about a half a mile down this road and then about 100 yards down the street.
100 yards down the street. Do you have any idea what your house might look like right now?
I was taking pictures all day Thursday, Friday, and we were watching the water come up. And then yesterday it receded, so we thought we kind of dodged the bullet. But then late last night it came up in a hurry. So I was out there frantically moving everything to higher ground, and I couldn't keep up with it.
All right. Well, our photographer Josh is looking at more rescuers here. What time did you leave?
About 1 a.m. We couldn't quite get to that. I damaged my finger moving a trailer, and we couldn't quite get to the emergency room. So we literally got off on the freeway, and I walked over to there, and I've been there the whole night.
Oh, okay. Okay. And you own a business here as well. Have you had your eyes on it? It's the go-kart track right next to the freeway.
Yes, sir. It is severely underwater. I've been there for the better part of 23 years. The track floods maybe a couple times a year, so we're kind of used to that. But this is the first time we've ever had water in the building, and the last I saw before the cameras went dead, I had 3 feet of water inside.
Before your cameras went dead, cameras that you could look at from home?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What are you doing now? You're standing up here on the bridge with us, wondering just how bad the situation is at home and at your business?
I really want to get my eyes on my home. I have a whole bunch of stuff that's sitting in the yard. I just need to get reassured. I'd like to get reattached to my phone because I left in a hurry.
Oh, okay. Well, hang on just a second, Lee. Lee, come on out here with me. Yes, sir. So these rescuers that are going out now, Lee, and if they head down 517 here, how long before they're at your street?
Can you see that little white bridge? I'm the street past the white bridge.
Looking at what we're looking at now, we're trying to be positive here, but are you?
No. I used to be an optimist, but I got beat up by reality a long time ago.
Josh, as that boat goes away, we're going to back up and maybe you can get a shot of me and Lee talking to each other. You've been on this bridge. Back up a little bit more, Lee. Come on over here. How long have you been up here waiting to try to get back to your home?
I left the emergency room at 6:45, walked until 8:15, so whatever time it is now, maybe about 20, 30 minutes. You cannot cross 517. That current is so rough, it takes your feet right out from under you.
You're the one I saw trying to walk through that current.
Trying to. Compounding my silly errors from last night, I suppose.
Okay, but you're going to be all right. You're going to be all right.
Yeah, they did a great job down at the first aid place.
And you walked here from the emergency room?
Yes, sir, about a mile and a half.
What's your plan of attack now? Everything you own is in those two buildings?
Yes, sir. I got to cross the freeway, get on the other side, and then I'm just going to start walking down the street till I get to my house.
You're going to walk down this street?
Yeah. It only looks like it's about waist deep. So as long as I stay out of the current, I'll be okay.
You can see the car down there with it all the way up to the hood.
That's about 4 foot from here. I'm a tall guy.
All right. But they're actively rescuing people now, guys in boats.
I didn't say it was a great idea.
I would agree. Maybe it's not a great idea.
But I got to try, and then we'll see what happens.
All right, Lee.
I'm not a quitter.
All right. Well, just stay as dry as you can.
That's not happening today.
Stay as alive as you can, please.
Yeah.
All right. Take care, Lee. Thank you.
You're welcome. I
All right.
appreciate the conversation.
So this is the scene in Dickinson. A situation getting worse by the minute, water getting deeper by the minute. We have several boats in the water actively pulling people out. Coast Guard helicopters are coming and going, pulling men, women, and children out of these flooded neighborhoods in Dickinson. Again, in a decade, at least in my time in Houston, this street has never flooded. I've never seen anything like this, and this will be an active rescue location for quite some time. We are live. We're live in Dickinson, and we'll stay here because now we have people who are trying to rescue themselves walking out of this flood. Probably not the best idea, but again, active rescue is underway. We'll be going for quite some time. We'll keep checking back in with you to show you just how bad the situation continues to be here in Dickinson. Back to you guys.
The courtesy of daylight, we can see just how difficult it is, how widespread it is. And now if you didn't go out last night and happen to get caught out in it, and now you see what it's like, everybody should be sheltering in place so you avoid the fate of so many people who got stuck last night, because these rescues are going to be going on, and we don't want to add to it at this point.
And this is just a lull in the rain right now. It's coming back around. So even if you've seen things recede by just an inch, or whether it's a couple of feet, folks, be prepared. We're going to see likely more flooding. Right now, we want to go ahead and check in with Erica Ferrando. She's at Houston TransStar. That is the hub for Houston and Harris County emergency operations. Let's find out what she's learned there, the very latest. Erica?
Well, here at TransStar, you have about 200, almost 300 people working nearly around the clock, committed to bringing you the latest information. We're going to get some more of that, and I understand you guys just had a briefing. Can you tell us what was said, the latest?
Yeah, absolutely. It was a real quick briefing because we're in search and rescue operations right now, and that is the main focus right now. And until it's done, is life safety. And we know we have people on rooftops. We know we have people who are calling 911. If you're calling 911 and you can't get through, stay on the line. Don't hang up. If you need to get out of your house, go to your roof. Do not go to your attic. I want to make that point very clear. Do not get into your attic. Go to your roof. And we have every available asset deployed. High water vehicles, boats, helicopters, everything available is deployed right now to get to these people who need the help.
And I know these calls have been coming in pretty much nonstop. You said they started at about probably 9 last night and really started picking up around 3 this morning.
Yeah, you could hear the uptick in the voices of the first responders as we got into the morning hours, and the extraordinary measures and heroic measures that they were taking to save lives last night, reaching out of boats, jumping out of boats to grab people. You know, we're getting there as fast as we can. The first responders are getting there as fast as we can. We've done well over 1,000 rescues to this point. Luckily, we're getting a little bit of a break in the rain. It's not as intense, it's not as concentrated as it was, so the water levels will begin to slowly fall. With the amount of water we have on the ground, it will take at least through most of today and into tomorrow to drain it off. And unfortunately, we do expect some more rain coming up from the south. So it's just something we're going to have to watch. One thing to caution everybody, just because it may not be flooding at your particular location, continue to watch the water levels. Water is moving across the ground and in the bayous and stuff. And so water may be down at this point, but it may start rising later today.
And one thing about these emergency responders, they're not immune to this flooding either. Some of them are out there saving lives, but they're also suffering with their own homes flooding as well.
Absolutely. We have people in this building who have water in their homes right now. We have people in this building whose families are calling to ask to be rescued right now. And so, yeah, we are not immune to this. Really, nobody is immune to this. And we know we have water in homes that we have never seen water in homes before. And that's probably one of the biggest things that surprised me is how deep the water has gotten. We've just never seen the water get so deep in some of these areas like we've seen overnight.
And I know you mentioned that the water may start to go down in a few days. Do you think we should expect it to go up more than it is now?
In some areas, it may go up a little bit more. Houston, and a lot of these areas that were hit very hard, once the rain stops, the water will start to go down. And it will kind of congregate in the lowest areas, so it will take time in those lower areas to get fully down. But just the sheer volume of water that we have on the ground is going to take time. And that's if the rain completely stops. If we get more rain, we might stop the succession of the water and potentially see some rises in the water. So paying attention to the forecast is very important, especially going forward with these remnants of Harvey still stalled out to our west. That puts us on that wet side even for the next 24 or 48 hours.
And now that we're seeing some daylight outside, what do you think folks should expect to see?
We're going to see unbelievable images this morning, especially from the air, of just tremendous amounts of water. Images similar to Tropical Storm Allison. We have virtually every freeway in this county, in this city, that has water, not only on the feeder roads but the main lanes. It's very difficult to get around, and there are certainly some places where we do not have active flooding in place. And I don't want people to come out of their house and get in their car and start driving around, because you're not going to get very far before you find water. But there are some places that are high that do not have water, and I just want people in those looking out the window now and saying, oh, it's not bad here. Don't get in your car and don't start driving around. We need to leave every available dry road open for emergency response right now.
For those who are around during Allison, how is this going to compare?
There's certainly some comparisons that can be drawn to Allison. My personal take on it is this is larger than Allison in the size that it's covered. It's covered almost the entire county into our surrounding counties. Allison was really focused on the north and east side of Harris County into the downtown area. And this is county-wide and spreading into our other counties, and then it just keeps going. And Allison lingered on for several days here, but we got breaks between the floods with Allison. This just won't stop, and so it's just continuous, and it's just it beats you down. One thing I want to tell everybody is, it's scary. People are anxious right now. There's a lot of stuff happening, but don't panic. Help is coming. Do your best to try to get to safety, but don't panic. And we are seeing a lot of people helping people. We have seen neighbors helping neighbors. We have seen people on the freeway pulling people out of cars. And that's to the level we're at right now in the situation.
Are we still seeing some of these rescues right now?
Oh, absolutely. We have rescues going on all over this county, all over Galveston County, portions of Fort Bend and Brazoria counties, and they will continue probably all day long.
Anything else you want everyone to know? What is your, I guess, main message?
The main message, again, do not go into the attic, get on the roof. If you're calling 911, stay on the phone, don't hang up, they will eventually get to you. And like I said, don't panic. If you see somebody that needs help and you can safely do it, please help them. Because right now, the emergency response community, as great as it is, we are at our limit on where we can get and what we can do.
Well, thank you, and I know everyone appreciates you. You've been here the past couple of days, along with some of the people here, making sure to help all of these people. So we appreciate all of those emergency responders, and just make sure to stay in your homes if you can. Help will be on the way. For now, let's toss it back to you in the studio.
There. She was joined with Jeff Lindner, the meteorologist for the Harris County Flood Control District. You know, he says right now they are in search and rescue operations. They have mobilized all assets that they have. That's boats, heavy trucks. We've seen the Coast Guard choppers coming in and plucking people from their rooftops. And he emphasized that do not go to your attic. If you're in your attic somehow, some way if possible, move to the rooftop. That's where he wants you to be. You know, he said the call started at 9 o'clock, right around the time we really saw the weather pick up. And then he said, boy, at 3 a.m. it was really on. And it's been nonstop since. So if you are in need of emergency assistance, that means that, you know, your life perhaps is in danger. You feel threatened. Your safety feels threatened. You call 911, that's what he's suggesting, but you got to stay on the line and be patient. They have so many calls that they are responding to. I'm sure so many calls coming in from the Sagemont area. That's where our Scott Knoll has been stationed at. He's watched the water rise there. He's watched people try and flee and run from the water in their houses and seek shelter at underpasses. Let's check back in with him now. Scott?
Yeah, Mia, joining me live is Adam. Adam just actually came out of the floodwaters here in the Sagemont neighborhood. Give us an idea. You were at your cousin's house, and what, the water just started coming up?
Yeah, man, I was at my cousin's house, and it's like 5 streets down, 5 blocks down. It's flooded all the way to the hospital, to Southeast Memorial Hospital. It's bad.
When did that water start coming up? Was it last night, this morning?
It was last night. We've been there all morning, all night. It's bad, man.
You talked about that 5 blocks. I mean, what went through your mind? What made you decide I need to leave the safety of this house and just head out in it?
Man, I was in the we pulled out. We were trapped in the car, and then the car stopped, so we had to get out. Man, the water's up to your chest. It's bad.
You said 5 blocks of chest deep water just walking. Did you ever think you would get to high ground?
Actually, I didn't, man. It's scary out there. Really, really scary.
Give people an idea of what that Sagemont neighborhood looks like once you get past what we can see here.
It's just pure water, pure flood. No way of getting through with the car. No way.
Do you ever think you would see something like this?
Actually, I didn't, man. I didn't think I was going to get this bad. It's scary, man. It's surreal.
Hey, Adam, I certainly appreciate it. Good luck to you. Now, if you take a look over here, you can see Houston police about to come into this area with a high water rescue vehicle. We have seen a non-stop, almost convoy of these things coming and going, picking people up, pulling them out literally by the truckload here in the Sagemont neighborhood. Up until now, we've seen most of that activity on the other side of Beltway 8. Now it looks like they're moving in this way. We had a chance to talk to the HPD dive team. They actually have a rescue boat back in here. One of the divers told us they are literally having to go door to door, street by street in this neighborhood. He said there's a lot of elderly people, there are a lot of disabled people back in here, and basically their feeling right now is if you are in a safe place, stay there. They're not pulling people out on that boat just to pull people out. If you have some sort of medical emergency, then they're putting you in the boat. So far, we've only seen one person in that boat as it went from street to street. But again, hopefully these high water rescue vehicles moving in. We see another boat coming in. That would be the second boat here in the Sagemont neighborhood. Hopefully that'll be some relief for these people, because since we've been here early this morning, we have just seen person after person after person, bags in hand, literally grabbing whatever they could hitting the water, walking in some cases, as you heard Adam tell us, 5 blocks just to try to find some high ground. No telling how many houses are affected back in here, but certainly a very serious situation. If you take a look over here, you can maybe be able to see people still sheltering under the bridge here. They told us they've been here since late last night. At this point, anybody just looking for any sort of relief from these floodwaters. The good news is the rain has kind of slackened off here since we got here earlier, but still a whole lot of water here in the Sagemont neighborhood, a whole lot of people stuck in that water at this point. Again, police telling us to pass the word along to you. If you are someplace safe, stay there. That's your best bet. Don't get out into this water unless you absolutely have to. If there's a medical emergency, they'll pull you out, but if you're in a house, you're safe. That's your best bet right now. Guys, back to you.
Down there on the southeast side, Sagemont neighborhood, very difficult circumstances for a lot of people. And these are stories we're going to be telling you and talking about over the coming days and weeks. And we've been seeing rescues now unfold now that it is daylight. The Coast Guard very busy right now. One area that we've seen them operate with a Coast Guard chopper is down in Dickinson with Kevin Reese. What's going on there, Kevin?
You're watching a Coast Guard helicopter as it is lifting off from where it was sitting for a short while here in the middle of Interstate 45. They set the helicopter down in the southbound lanes. Someone from the helicopter ran out and talked to an assembled family on the side. We didn't get all of the conversation, but we believe that we're talking to them about who else they do indeed need to rescue back at their home in Dickinson. The Coast Guard helicopter now in this heavy, heavy rain hovering over I-45, and we expect it to peel off here in a moment. I'll turn away so you maybe hear it be a little bit better, but expecting it to head back in to continue with the rescues. We hope they are taken off, but they seem to be settling back down. These helicopters are some of the best in the world, but I can only assume these aren't the best conditions even for them, because they've been hovering for a while now after they took off and seem to be setting the helicopter back down, which is exactly what they're doing in the southbound lanes of I-45 here at FM 517 in Dickinson. We'll give you a better look and see exactly what they do have planned, but some of the crew members from the Coast Guard helicopter already got out once to talk to some family members on the side of the road, and they started to take off and apparently changed their mind. I don't know if that has anything to do with the weather that we have right now, but it is certainly understandable if that is indeed what they choose to do. We'll keep an eye on the helicopter if it does take off, but Josh, let's show them just how bad this flood is again from our vantage point. If it does take off, we'll give you another quick picture. It gives you a sense, even though we are trying to give a play-by-play on this as calmly as we possibly can, but it gives you an idea of just how frantic some of this rescue operation is and just how difficult it is when the weather is like this, as yet another heavy downpour comes through this part of Galveston County, the south end of the Houston area. We are dealing with major flooding here along Dickinson Bayou. That is why this Coast Guard helicopter is here, perhaps waiting for better visibility before it takes off. Let's go over here, Josh, and show them just how bad this is, because this cloud cover came in and the helicopter pilot apparently changed his or her mind and did not take off. Now they're just waiting, spooling up to see if the weather's good enough for them to lift off. You're looking down at FM 517 here in Dickinson as we shoot our pictures from the top of I-45. This two-lane street is now a running river where they've been effecting rescues throughout all of the morning. And now the Coast Guard helicopter is going to go ahead and take off. Go ahead, Josh. They have been working non-stop, now hovering just a few feet above us. And taking off to the south toward Galveston. using I-45 as a landing pad and runway as they continue to work on rescues in and around this area of Dickinson and Santa Fe and Hitchcock and League City and Webster, you name it. Rescues like this are underway. If that Coast Guard helicopter does come back and indeed land here again, we'll be talking to some of those folks who are being rescued. And I can tell you one thing, don't leave your camera on a tripod if a Coast Guard helicopter is standing by, which someone else just found out. We do have a few folks who have been rescued. And if we've got time, I guess we do. Let's go check on some folks here. Difficult condition on the other side of this is I'm with Channel 11. Where are you guys coming from?
Got off work. It's right there.
Get on the other side. Looks like it's over the top.
Yeah. And we've been sitting in the car with these other headed to get somewhere.
How long have you been stranded here?
Since 12 last night.
Since midnight last night? Yeah. And where have you been staying? You were in the car for a while until you couldn't anymore?
3 people's cars flooded over. So we barely made it out of my car, you know.
And where have you been ever since?
In that car, and the water come up and we had to go get another one.
Where is home for you? Here in Dickinson?
Yeah, it's right down there by Dickinson High School.
And we can both tell that doesn't look very good. I've lived here 9 years. I've never seen flooding like this. Have you ever seen flooding like this along the bayou?
Never. Never. Never have seen it. Never.
What's your guys' plan now, if I can ask? Do you have any idea? We need to find a way to get you guys out of the rain.
Yeah.
Family we can call, family we can get a message to, anybody?
No.
Not at this point? Will you guys hang tight? Galveston County Rescue. We'll see if we can hook you up with somebody at some point.
Okay. I appreciate it.
You guys take care. All I can say is you're not alone, as bad as that is.
I know.
Right. Y'all take care. Best of luck to you. The conditions out here are simply awful, and I don't know if you can see it from where you are, Josh, but as these folks who have been trapped since midnight last night, the water is deep on this side. If we work our way over to the other side, which is looking to the west, it's even deeper. We'll be back, have more live reports for you in just a little bit. Back to you guys.
All right. Kevin Reese, man, that is quite a scene there down in Dickinson. Every time we go to Kevin, there's a chopper undergoing a rescue operation. That is just in the Dickinson area. Untold rescues going on all over the place because so many people are stranded, either stuck on their roofs or perhaps stuck in cars. You heard these people, they were staying there until midnight because they just had nowhere to go. That's why we need a break from the rain. We were hoping for a break from the rain because it would just multiply a very difficult situation. It would just make it even worse, if that's even possible. But we are getting rain still in some areas, and more rain is on the way.
Yeah, and we know, you were talking about Kevin. Every time we go to him, we're seeing, got our makeshift studio going on here, so you might hear some things. And
yeah, we've had alarms going off and everything.
Yeah, so a lot happening here at our station, just as there's a lot happening in a lot of your homes. But as I was saying, when we go to Kevin, and as Len mentioned, we're watching these rescues take place from the Coast Guard, and we know that basically every resource that the city and the county, and talking about Harris County, Galveston County, all of these have available to them, they are utilizing right now, and that includes heavy trucks, dump trucks with the city.
Something with clearance.
Yes, something, very similar to what we saw during Tropical Storm Allison back in 2001. We're also seeing boats, obviously, going into these communities that have just, tons and tons of
We're also
water.
told in about an hour the city of Houston is going to hold a news conference. I suspect that they'll update us on maybe the number of rescues that they're dealing with, something they want the public to know at this point, how they're getting together and what areas that they're having trouble. That's going to be a lot of different places. So that comes up at 10 o'clock. We may hear from Mayor Sylvester Turner at that time.
Okay, yes, and we're definitely going to be watching. Obviously we're in connection with the Office of Emergency Management. They are hunkered down
Flood
at
Control District.
Transtar, the Flood Control District. They are there as well, and they are dispatching these crews. They're gathering information as to where they need to send the resources to help people. Obviously, we know it's the southeast side, south side. We've seen Sagemont down by the Beltway in Dickinson, where we're seeing a lot of those rescues. I also understand, just from looking at messages on Facebook as well, that the Clear Creek community, and we knew that there was going to be an issue there as well. Really, when we heard from Jeff Lindner very early on, and overnight in those early hours, he said it was essentially 45 south
From downtown.
from downtown all the way out to
Clear
Clear
Lake.
Lake.
Yeah.
And so that's where it's safe to assume that those resources are going to first.
Mia, we're just hearing, this is from our website, the city of Pearland is enrolling a curfew tonight from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. So no longer is it shelter in place. They're telling you, do not come out. This is in Pearland. I would not be surprised if we see other curfews being rolled out, given how bad it is, because if they keep more of you off the road, rescue crews, emergency teams can do what they need to do without being around a lot of other people.
Let's take our coverage out to Brandy Smith. She's at the Beltway 8 at the West Hardy Toll Road. Brandy?
Yeah, Mia, this is where we've been stationed for the past couple of hours, but I want to give you kind of a new view. We were able to walk up a little higher on the bridge here to show you the amount of water that is flowing through here. Now remember, this is the eastbound feeder roads of Beltway 8 up here. The westbound, but it's all flowing eastbound. Huge amount of water. You can see the force behind it as it hits obstacles and churns past it. I'm not sure if we can show in the distance a bridge. The water has reached the top over here, and it's kind of hidden by shrubbery, but you can see the marker on the bridge behind it says 16 feet. So that bridge behind it is 16 feet. It's a little taller than the one you're seeing up front here where the debris is gathering, but that gives you a sense of how deep this water is. Now, Beltway 8 right here at Imperial Valley Drive is shut down right now, or should be shut down by high water. We're still seeing folks venturing through it. They've cleared the 2 stalls we showed you earlier, 2 trucks, the drivers of which thought they could make it through and didn't. We just saw a sedan coast through. The good news, if there is any, is that it seems to be receding as the rain has lightened up a little bit, but we're gonna hop the median into the eastbound lanes. Hang with us for a sec and show you over here, because there's a little closer view of an Exxon gas station where water is up to the pumps. There you have it. You can see the water over here flowing as well. Yesterday, we were sitting in Wharton next to the Colorado River, and I was just watching that flow. And this looks alarmingly like it. You see the sign, road may flood. I don't think there's any confusion there. But in the distance, you might have a little clearer view now of that bridge that's marked 6 feet 8 inches. The water is topping it and flowing underneath. We're talking 16 feet of water flowing on the feeder road of Beltway 8 here right at the Hardy Toll Road feeder road. We're underneath the Hardy right now, which is providing some respite from the rain, which hasn't been bad lately. It has eased up just a little bit, which is some good news. But it's just incredible to see the debris, the sediment that it has, that the water has carried along with it. That's why we tell folks, don't go in the water. We've seen pallets, huge branches, large amounts of trash. Pretty incredible images from this vantage point. Len, Mia? Oh, I'm sorry. We're going to stay here. Let's take another look at Waffle House, where the parking lot is totally flooded. The vehicles in this parking lot of Exxon, also the water is up to about their mid-tire. Probably they were seeking higher ground. Well, that was not high enough. As I showed you just a second ago, we're up to 16 feet 8 inches in this area. The intersection's completely shut down. Let's walk you back down here to where the high water has crossed the main lanes of Beltway 8. The reason we can tell it's receding a bit, those construction cones just a couple hours ago were underwater. They were floating. You can see some still are because of the wake of the vehicles. But I can tell you, just based on some of those cars that are getting through, the water is a lot more shallow in that left-hand lane than it was. We also saw a minute ago, it looks like they've all walked back, but there's a Hampton Inn and Suites here off to the side. Folks, looks like they were just waking up and came down with their umbrellas to assess the scene, see how high the water was, kind of check it out for themselves. It's one thing to see it on TV or see it on social media. I can tell you it's completely different to see it in person. I think you can pull back a little bit. It's not as real when you're watching it through a screen. When you're seeing it with your own eyes, it is intense. And we're really getting that feedback from viewers as well, or from drivers here as well. They've seen our coverage, and yet some of them still ventured out here thinking it couldn't possibly be as bad as we described, finding out very quickly that in some cases it's worse. So we can't emphasize enough how important it is that you stay home if you can. Yes, the rain is easing up a bit, at least in our area, but there is a lot more rain to come. This water that's there, it may be receding, but it can very quickly rise. You don't want to risk your life. This guy looks like he's just gonna blow on through. I hope not. Hope he's paying attention to the fact that now we do have law enforcement constable down here trying to indicate to people that this is not safe, trying to block it off, but yet still people are still coming through. Now, this is Beltway 8, right? This is the southern end of Greens Point. We were up along Greens Road earlier. The site of that, unforgettable scene that played out on tax day of folks evacuating their homes or their apartments in refrigerators, on air mattresses, whatever they could find to get across the water. This water is coming from Greens Bayou. It's broken its banks, flowing over, and then there's just the accumulation. We have received so much rainfall over the past 12 hours that it's overwhelming for any kind of water distribution or flood system. Mario was just giving you a view there of in the feeder road that looks more like a river than a road, several feet of water there. You can see it's up, if we look at the pillar over here, to the barrier. I just heard from our crew back at the station that the crew there is evacuating KHOU-11. If you've been watching throughout the morning, you know that water started coming into our first floor, into the studio, forcing everyone up to the second floor. Well, now it's gotten to the point where they have to evacuate the building. So this is a really important reminder for folks, you guys out there. If water starts coming in, move to higher ground if you can, if you have that second level of your house. If not, do not go into your attic. We've been warned against telling people that because you could get trapped. If the water reaches that level, there is nowhere for you to go. One of the pieces of advice that came out before Katrina was have an axe in your attic. If you have an axe, you will be able to get out. Possibly a much safer bet would be just to go to the roof. Also, if your life is in danger, call 911. Yes, there is a wait, but call 911, stay on the line. They will try to get help to you as soon as they can. This has been an overwhelming situation. Resources are spread out all over this community trying to save folks. But if you have to get to higher ground, do it. If law enforcement officials, if emergency managers tell you to evacuate though, do it. When we were over on Greens Road a little earlier this morning before daylight, an HPD officer told us pretty frankly, we need to get out of there. Even though we were on the Greens Road bridge that goes over the Harvey toll road, we would not be safe because when the water came up on each end of that bridge, we would be trapped, and that water is not going to recede. We would have been stuck there for days. So please heed all of the warnings from emergency managers, whether it's get to your roof instead of your attic, whether it's to evacuate when they tell you. These guys have your safety at heart. They want to keep you safe. They want to prevent any loss of life in our community as we're dealing with what the National Weather Service calls a catastrophic and life-threatening situation. Let's walk down here a little bit so I can show you more as we get the KHOU-11 crew out of the building. It is flooded. A warning. We've tried to show you here on air. We've also tried to show you via social media what the conditions are there. But we're, heeding those warnings. We're trying to lead by example. If a situation is dangerous, get out if you can. Go up if you can. Sorry, we're hopping the median again right now. What you're looking at up there is Harvey Toll Road. We did pop up to Bush Intercontinental Airport earlier this morning, and the conditions there weren't bad. Looking at social media for the airport, it's not a ground stop. Flights are leaving, but there are a lot of cancellations, a lot of delays. So rather than leaving your home to venture out to a scheduled flight, first check your flight info, call your airline, see if it's even worth risking. We talked to a fella, he drove all the way up there. He was gonna go visit his son in Seattle, and then he found out that his flight was delayed, and now he's stuck here. So it's just not worth that risk. He did make a safe call by not trying to drive through the water, but he could have avoided it all, stayed at home where it's possibly much safer and at least dry. I wanna walk you back over to the feeder roads on the westbound side. I mean, the water is still extraordinarily high, even though it has possibly receded a bit on the roads. You can see it flowing. Again, this is the westbound feeder road. It is all flowing east. It is pooling. I've said this over and over again, but this is possibly water from Green's Bayou breaking its banks. The bayou makes a little bend here, which caused some problems during the tax day flood. Water poured out there. Then, of course, as the water level rises, it breaks out at other points, and it is flowing through Greens Point, down the feeder road here at Beltway 8, down the Harvey Toll Road, because just north of here, probably a half mile, a mile, that's where Greens Road is. That's where the Arbor Court apartments are, and you no doubt remember the scene from there back on tax day when folks, like I said, were trying to get out by any means possible. When we were up there earlier, evacuees were pouring out of the apartments. You know, a lot of them have been through this before. They know it was time to get out. So they did, hopped on a metro bus. By then the conditions had gotten to the point though that it wasn't safe for them to take the bus back over the bridge onto the other side. So instead, HPD dive team crews outfitted folks with lifeguards or life jackets and put them in the back of a high water vehicle and towed them across what looked like an endless river. When I asked the officer where these folks were going, where he was taking them, he didn't even know. He just said, we've got to get them to someplace that is dry. His next comment was, are you guys staying? And when I said we were still debating that, he shook his head and said, you have to go. And at that point, that's when we started getting packed up and moved up to the airport first, and now we've ended up here. But this is an area that has been hit hard, just not this past April, but the April before with the tax day floods. 19 or so apartment complexes significantly damaged. When we were up there, you can see videos of it on my Facebook page that I've shared. I did a Facebook Live up there to try to illustrate to people just how dire the circumstances were. HPD dive crews were jumping into rescue boats. The water, though, was up to their waist as they were trying to wade through the water to get to the boat. They said deeper down the road, deeper into the complexes, it was closer to chest deep. That was hours ago. We have had 4 or 5 hours of rain since then, so no doubt the water has only risen even more. At that point, it was creeping into the doors of the first floor apartments. It had covered some cars. All you could see was the roof of some of the vehicles in the parking lot at the Arbor Court apartments. I did talk to one fellow who was standing outside. He'd parked his truck up on the bridge. He came back, he evacuated yesterday, came back to get his dogs, parked his truck on the bridge, the Greens Road Bridge over Hardy Toll Road. He went through this whole experience last year. He said he lost 3 cars. He knew he needed to get out. And that's how a lot of these residents are responding. A lot of them came out on their own and jumped on one of 2 buses that HPD provided, that Metro provided for them. But there were also a lot of folks who didn't realize how serious the conditions were until later, and that's when HPD picked them up on that rescue boat. Let's walk back up so I can again show you just the amount of rushing water involved in this. On this side, we showed you the Exxon. On the other side of Beltway 8, well, here's a Shell also with water up to its pumps. All of the trash cans over there, I'm not sure if you can tell, have been knocked over, and we've been watching as the water just grabs the lid of those cans and sweeps them down wherever this water is headed. It is just flowing eastbound and south. What has become a giant pool. I'm spotting something large and white floating down the river. We've seen the river down the road through the floods. We've seen pallets. We've seen a lot of different items. I'm not quite sure. I can't make out what that is. We were speaking to this gentleman earlier. You had a flight this morning.
Yes, I had to fly in the morning for the Alice airline, but right now I have to delay about 12 hours. That's why I want to be home. That's more safety, yes.
You're trying to get home.
Yes, I do. But right now I'm stuck on the freeway, Bell 8 and Imperial Valley Road. That's why I don't want to take a chance, and I have to stay in away a little while, and we'll come back home. I hope everything's okay.
Yeah, that's a smart decision to stay put, try to get home. How long have you lived in the Houston area?
It's about an hour, 1 hour.
Well, how long have you lived here?
How long I live? About 1 year from California, San Jose, Silicon Valley.
Okay, so this is definitely not something you've ever seen before.
Yes, everything not problem before, but right now, you know, the weather very badly. That's I don't want, you know, what's going on for my car because my car too small to go on the road right now. The water go up about the 24-inch on the Bell 8 highway from the Imperial Valley, right?
Yeah.
I hope sooner or later we'll be all right.
Yeah, we've started to see it recede a little bit, and the rain has lightened up since we've been waiting here, but still not worth driving your car through, to be sure.
Absolutely right. I hope everybody have stay home, be cool. It's much more better. Don't go on the freeway because right now a lot of raining and make a lot of trouble. And I hope everybody will be good and God bless.
Thank you so much. Yeah, great advice there. If you can, stay home, stay dry, because if you get stuck out here, you can't get gas because, as you can see, the gas stations are inundated with water. So you could potentially, we just almost witnessed a wreck right here. A lot of cars are stopped. That white car you're seeing there came up over this hill really quickly. This person is bound and determined to get through that water, and almost slammed into the back of a car that was parked right here. Here they go. Dump trucks, you know, dump trucks probably can make it through. A little sedan, we will very quickly find out. So often folks tell us, we get feedback, well, obviously it's safe because so-and-so made it through or that car made it through. That doesn't necessarily make it a wise decision. No one knows how deep for sure that water is unless they go and stand in it. We've seen 2 trucks, 2 pickups get stalled in it already today. One got stalled, one just got stuck. So now we're gonna see how these cars do. We've got 3 dump trucks trying to make their way west on Beltway 8, and a little sedan is sandwiched in between. I can't imagine the wake generated by the tow trucks is going to help the sedan get through, but it is fairly deep there, and now we're seeing a fella just march right through the water. Again, don't do it. We've shown you some of the items that have been floating through the floodwater, not to mention all the critters, the snakes, the ants, anything else that could be in there. You know, you don't know what the water is mixing with as it makes its way here. In fact, if you can see over here as the water is pouring across landscaping, it's pulling all the dirt. We have a better vantage point from up on the hill, but you can see like just the streams of sediment and dirt mixing with the water, creating a pretty dirty mess. I want to peek back over and see that sedan made it. Well done. Possibly helped by the tow truck clearing the way a little bit. But let's go back up here. This bridge, which is about 16 feet tall, the water has now reached that level. So we're not talking a foot or 2. We're talking 16 feet of water flowing through here with such strength. You can see the rapids it's generating as it sweeps down Hardy Toll Road's feeder road here. We've seen dumpsters getting swept down. Oh, here, Mario, I want to show the trash cans that have all been knocked over. They're full of water. None of them have lids anymore because all of the lids have floated away. And Mario, you were showing folks all of the drivers who are coming through earlier. It's funny, it almost comes in waves. We'll see a wave of traffic come through here. People will stop, they'll assess the danger, they'll wait for a while. Here we have a Houston City of Public Works truck approaching. It's right over here to your right, Mario. Now we have a stream of folks trying to get through. This is what we saw a little earlier when one truck got stuck and had to be kind of bump pushed to the edge of the water. We would not advocate doing this, especially for anyone who's in a lower clearance vehicle. The water you can see on that last little pickup going through, it's high. It's high enough to get in your engine. It's high enough to stall. We don't know what all is in the water itself, which could puncture a tire. You don't know if there are nails in there. We're seeing so much coming through. Oh, we have a car trying to back up here, possibly to turn around, so we want to clear out of the way. Let's go up here. I can't stress enough, though, how important that advice the fella gave is, to stay home rather than get stuck in a situation like this. He was trying to make it to a flight right up here at Bush Intercontinental Airport, and the airport's still running. Didn't know that his flight was going to get delayed, so now he's trying to make it home, and it'll probably be a while before he does. Here, this is a much better illustration of what I was talking about earlier with the sediment. You can see where the clearer water, it all has debris and sediment in it, mixes with the dirt, and it really starts to look more like, say, the Colorado River that I was watching yesterday. Just it seems like an endless flow of water coming from Green's Bayou, which runs right over here. Oh, in the distance, I can't even tell what that may have been, if it was a parking lot or what it was. But I mean, everything is full of water. Any cars that were here, you can see a couple next to the Shell station. There's water creeping up into the engine of one, up to the back tires of the other. And as long as this rain keeps coming, as long as the water level keeps rising, those vehicles are not safe. Jack in the Box over here appears to be on kind of an island unto itself. And the Hampton Inn and Suites next door is also a little higher. So far they're out of any kind of threat. But again, this rain isn't stopping, and it's not going to stop for at least a couple of days. So the water is likely only going to keep rising. We're going to see more situations like this. Just stay home, hunker down, don't venture out on the roads. This is everything else, but I'm sure there are even some spots up there that are a little dicey. So please, folks, you've heard us say it time and time again, turn around, don't drown. It's something you're going to see on flashing text warning signs all over town as well. Oh, we have a car coming eastbound. The water looks like it's almost up to the headlights over there. But they passed. They made it through to the other side. Wherever you think you need to be right now that is so important that you jump in your car and drive through water that deep, it's not. It's not. If your life is in danger, call 911. Yes, there is a wait. There are a lot of situations across the city that are requiring the attention of emergency responders right now. So there is a wait on 911 if you call, but that is your best bet to get help if you need it. Do not venture out in your car on the roads. If water starts coming into your home, you need to go to a higher level if you have that second level, or up to your roof. Do not go in the attic. You could get trapped there. I know we've been repeating this over and over again, but I know a lot of folks maybe just waking up this morning, slept in on a Sunday, and are waking up to catastrophic images all across the city of Houston. So please, folks, if you are just waking up, if you are just seeing this, I want to update you on what's been happening at KHOU first. Our crew is evacuating the building along Allen Parkway, a building that's been there for decades, because water started creeping in. First it was to the parking lot. That's manageable. There are floodgates. We put up sandbags. Then the water started creeping in to the first level of the building. That was our lobby, our studio, our newsroom. So everyone who was still in the building moved upstairs, but even that became unsafe, and now they are evacuating the building. We are still trying to stay on air, trying to bring you coverage of what the National Weather Service calls catastrophic and life-threatening situations all over the city of Houston. You've heard from reporters down near Dickinson, the bayou there, rescue helicopters swooping in to pull people out. You've heard from other reporters who are stalled all along roadways here, just with a lot of other drivers who are just trying to find, the higher ground, they can ride this out. The problem is, like we learned over on Greens Road, this isn't a situation that's going to resolve itself very quickly, unlike the tax day floods, unlike the Memorial Day flood. When the rain stopped after a day, our forecast calls for more rain over the coming days. So we won't give the bayous a break. They are going to continue to fill up over the coming days. We just really want to warn people about that, because the fellow we talked to earlier who was headed to the airport, he didn't realize that. He asked, the rain's going to be over soon, right? And I said, we might get a break, but it won't last long. This is a very serious situation, and if you're just waking up, looking outside, seeing flooding in your neighborhood, a reminder, do not go to your attic, go to your roof, call 911, and wait for help there. It is wet, yes, but it is safer than your attic, where you could get trapped if the water levels rise. And you might say, well, my roof is 10, 15 feet up. It couldn't possibly get that high. I want to remind you what we're seeing over here. This is Beltway 8 at the Hardy Toll Road, the feeder roads, and that bridge back there, if you can see just past, sorry, we're going to cut around you here. If you can see just past here, that bridge is at about the 16-foot clearance level. The water has reached that point and is trying to push through. It has incredible force. You do not want to walk in the water because of all the possible things that are in it. You also don't want to walk in because you don't know how strong that current is. Look at how it's wrapping around the stoplights, the signs, how debris is accumulating on the fence here. And the water is just sweeping more and more. I mean, it's not going down here. This is all coming from deeper into the Greens Point area hit hard by those tax day floods. When we were up on Greens Road, we were right there at Greens Road when it crosses the Hardy Toll Road, and you couldn't see the end of the water. It was just going for as far as the eye could see. Rescue crews didn't even know where to take folks, where it could be dry. They were just gonna drive in their high water vehicle until they found a place. There are shelters up here where they are taking folks. Talking to Chief Art Acevedo earlier today, he said, and this was at maybe 5 a.m., he said there had been hundreds of rescues all over the city. We know just in the block we were standing, there had been about 28 overnight. Those were the rescues HPD's dive team had to make on their rescue boats, driving apartment to apartment to people who flagged them down. A lot of other people knew this was coming. They'd heard the forecast. They saw the conditions getting worse. They packed up what they could, grabbed their kids, grabbed their loved ones, and marched out onto the bridge because they knew help would come as it did. Then HPD crews loaded those folks onto 2 Metro buses and took them to safety. But that second bus wasn't going to make it. The water was rising so quickly that instead of sending that bus back over the bridge the way it came, HPD crews decided to give life jackets to anyone who wanted them on board the bus, including the children on there, and then load those folks off of the bus onto the high water rescue vehicle and took them to safety. One of the fellows I talked to there, his name was Steven, he was coming back to pick up his dogs. He was parked up on the bridge. He said he went through this last year. He lives on the 2nd floor, so he knew his stuff would be safe, but he said all of my neighbors who live down below, their stuff is gone. Cars in the parking lot of Arbor Courts, you could barely notice the roof peeking out of the water. That's how high it was. The HPD dive team crews told us the water, as you went a little deeper, was about chest deep. When they were climbing into the boats, their rescue boats, to go get more folks, the water was waist deep. And that was right along Greens Road, and it only got deeper as you went along. Sorry, my voice is starting to give out. We've been going all morning. I'm gonna go get some water. The reason we are broadcasting right now is because our team at the KHOU-11 studio is evacuating. We don't have a way to switch between different crews right now, so I apologize. A lot of talking out here. Folks are trying to pass this this stretch of Beltway 8. I'll have Mario kind of show you the scene for a sec while I get a quick drink of water. Okay, my apologies. We've tried to keep you updated also on social media. You can download the KHOU-11 News app. You can watch our coverage live. You can follow us on Facebook, on Twitter. Our reporters are spread out all over the city, and they're bringing you conditions in those locations. Quite a few folks in Southeast, which we know has been hit particularly hard, but I would encourage you to hop onto social media if you can. If you have your phone handy, you're going to get updates from all over the city. Right now, we are on Beltway 8 near Imperial Valley, the southern end of kind of the Greens Point community. I think I mentioned this hours ago, but I did a story on the year anniversary of the tax day floods to kind of look at what has changed since that historic flooding. And there were a couple of things. They'd shored up some of the walls of Greens Bayou. Also, there were 2 detention ponds, big detention ponds under construction that would be able to take some of this water. They weren't scheduled to be complete though until next year. So they may have taken on some water in this case. Clearly they can't handle all of it. And really, with as much water as we've had, as much rain has fallen in Houston over the past 12 hours, it'd be hard for any water management system, any bayou system to cope. We want to pop maybe back across, checking in with Mario here. Mario Sandoval behind the camera, bringing you those images that you're seeing, trying to give you a little clearer view of what the situation is like. There we go, over the median. Now the water, it doesn't just funnel down Harvey Toll Road. It doesn't just go down the Sam Houston Parkway feeder road here. It goes really as far as you can see. There are what used to be parking lots or fields in the distance full of water. The water is covering bushes, trees, this whole parking lot for what was Unitech. Over at the Exxon station across the street, the water is up to the gas pumps. Kind of a dangerous spot to be in. I'm not sure either of those vehicles should be parked there. And then if you look at the Waffle House down here, also completely flooded. This water is just flowing eastbound. It's trying to go to the lowest possible point. Just north of here is one of those low points, and that is the Arbor Court Apartments. But Mario, if you want to spin around and show them this bridge, the clearance for semi-trucks here is 16 feet, 8 inches. The water it would be taller. I mean, it's pushing underneath that. You also see a construction cone here that's trying to battle the fence to get through. The current's so strong. It's right over here, Mario. Oh, it's just behind the stoplight sign. I'm not sure you're going to be able to see it. Let's walk up so I can give you a little clearer view. So that, no doubt, either came from construction further up the Harvey Toll Road, feeder road, or it came from the construction on the Imperial Valley Drive exit. It's worth noting, this sign, road may flood. Indeed it may. All right, the construction cone is actually going underwater. It's filling with water, it looks like, possibly. But the current is pushing it up against this fence. And it's kind of having a battle here. Oh, it went under. It was right here behind the plywood. We're gonna keep going, and we're gonna explore a part of this area we haven't been to yet, just to give you another vantage point. Oh my goodness, I'm seeing stoplights underwater here at Harvey Toll Road. That is how high the water is up here. You know, we've seen a lot of video from southeast, from different parts of our community today, and they're all being hit very hard. The images are incredible to see in person. It looks like the stoplight here it's actually shorting out. The green light is flickering. It's just gone off now. But the water is reaching the Harvey Toll Road sign, very close to overtaking it. As the water from Green's Bayou just pours, as the rain keeps coming down. Like I've mentioned, it's not a heavy rain right now. You can kind of see that on the surface of the water. But it hasn't stopped. So as this water keeps going,
There's an 18-wheeler underwater.
Mario's just noticed an 18-wheeler underwater over here. So what you are looking at is the Beltway 8 eastbound feeder road. So this truck, one, was going the wrong direction. Two, must have hit high water and is now stranded there. Mario, can you tell, is there anyone inside? Goodness. So over here, the water also creeping up to the stoplights. The lights are going on this truck. The windshield wipers are going. As we get a little closer, it does look like there is someone inside. There's movement inside of this truck. What they can do. I've lost, I'm sorry, just a moment. I've lost my communications with the station. I'm trying to get reconnected really quickly. If they can come back to us, I'm not sure that they'll be able to for a while. Because our crews have evacuated the building along Allen Parkway. Okay, Maro, you're hearing from folks back at the station? What are they telling us?
There's 2 feet of water in the station.
2 feet of water in the station.
Right now.
And they are evacuating the building right now. Those are the kind of circumstances we're dealing with. Catastrophic, dire, life-threatening. Do not take any chances. If your life is in danger, only if your life is in danger, please call 911. If there's water creeping into your house, or water creeping into your house, that's not worthy of a 911 call at this point. Only if your life is threatened. If you can go to a higher ground, do it. If you can go to that second floor, if you can go to the roof. But for now, we are just trying to bring you the situation here as our crews evacuate our own station, which is flooded with 2 feet of water on the first floor, which I'm not sure has ever happened, at least in the past few decades. Talking to folks, I don't think it happened when Allison hit. We've gotten that much water. The flood levels are rising that quickly. So this fella, the incident response team that was over here on the Harvey Toll Road is not here. Here we go. We have a boat coming. We have a boat coming. I'm gonna flag these guys down and see. Hold on just a second. Are you guys headed down to the truck right here? No. There's a truck driver stuck here in about 10 feet of water. Thank you. Okay. These guys have a boat. Got the Harris County Sheriff, water rescue teams, an airboat here. Hopefully we can get down to this guy. I'm going to try to get his attention. There is now water filling his cab. I'm trying not to break your eardrums as I scream. Oh, here, the deputy is going to check on him. Sir, there's a boat here.
Same place, except it was on the other side of the freeway.
Can you say that for me one more time? What happened here last year?
Same location, 18-wheeler. He didn't know it was as deep as it was, but it was on the flip side of the freeway, and we had to go dive for him because he passed away and went underwater. So.
Okay, well, I'll let you guys get to it because
try and put in. The hard part is just trying to find a location to put in it. Once I get in there, I'll be okay.
Okay, thank you so much. That is a really amazing end result to what could have been a deadly situation, which was a deadly situation here just a year ago. If you heard the deputy speak about a semi-truck that was driving the other way, got stuck, didn't realize how deep the water is. I can't tell you how many times we've repeated that today. You never know how deep the water is. And if we can turn around, Mario can show you the clearance level on this bridge is 16 feet 9 inches. Look at how close the water is to reaching that. So that's probably 16 feet even, right around there, estimating from this distance. Incredibly dangerous. And this water, folks, it's rising. I don't know, Mario, if you can zoom in on the cab here, and you can see water filling it, flowing in there. All of those items in that truck right now are floating because of the amount of water that's pouring into the truck, into the cab. The driver's on the other side. We've got the boat coming down. It looks like it's going to put in right down here at the exit for Aldine Westfield, which is now a boat ramp. This is no longer a freeway exit. It's a boat ramp for rescue crews. Hopefully they can get to him. It looks like he's okay for now. I think he's hanging on the edge of the window on the other side, sitting there waiting it out. But what could have been it could have been a deadly situation. This fellow could have ended up like the driver last year who lost his life at this intersection of Beltway 8 and Hardy Toll Road. It looks like they're getting the boat in there, backing it in there. Just listening for any updates from the station. Again, KHOU-11, the studio has been evacuated. The building has been evacuated. The building taking on water at least 2 feet at our last update. Allen Parkway is completely inundated, impassable. So our crews are just trying to get to safety. At this point, it's hard to say where that would be because the roads are impassable. Hey there, KHOU. Where are you going with your gas cans?
The gas station.
It's
I'm talking to my friend.
Oh,
Hi.
You guys are going to get gas?
Yeah, we run out of gas on the other side, so we got to go get gas. And it's bad over there. We live on that side, and it's really, really bad. Water is really high. Yeah.
It's even higher on the other side. Both of these gas stations across the way are underwater.
Underwater.
Well, there was water up to their gas pumps.
Okay. We're gonna try to get some gas. We're out of gas and we're on the water. So I don't know. It's bad for everybody.
It is bad for everybody.
Yeah,
Yes. Any advice to folks? Tell them to stay home. Can you do
Yeah,
that for
stay
me?
home and don't come out unless you have to. And stay safe.
Thank you very much. Yes. Stay home. Be safe. These guys ran out of gas just down the road here. They're going to find gas where they can. Unfortunately, the 2 gas stations that are right here have water up to the gas pumps. We haven't been able to get down to them, but we know that it's not going to be a safe situation, and those pumps are likely turned off, the emergency switch off, activated. So let's see if the crews have gotten down there. It looks like they're still loading the boat into the water here along Beltway 8. We've hopped over. We're in the eastbound lanes. The rain has started to pick up. I'm sure you can hear it. We've been blessed that the past hour or so, it's been relatively light. Now it's picking up again. Now the water levels will rise again. water levels just rising so quickly and so dangerously on this Sunday morning. I know a lot of you are just waking up. Maybe some of you have been up all night, and we appreciate you staying with KHOU-11. We've been on the air since 8:30 last night, bringing you the changing conditions. The rain just keeps getting heavier and heavier, and this is not a good sign. There's a part of me, I knew the forecast. I've been listening to David Paul and to Blake and to Brooks and to Cheetah, and I know we have several days of rain ahead, but there's a part of me that hoped that forecast would be a bust and we would catch a break. And based on what we're seeing right now, it just doesn't seem like we're going to get that break that the bayous so desperately need. We are right near Greens Bayou, which is just up that way. I don't have the data in front of me. I can't look at the Harris County Flood Control website, but based on what we're seeing here, it's safe to say it's broken its banks. Water's flowing out of there, not to mention all the water that's coming from the sky and pooling. It's going to the lowest place it can. It's just going to keep flowing. When we were on the other side, you could see how fast that water was moving. That kind of flow is it's like a river, a very, very strong current. Checking on our friend in the truck here. The good news, oh, he's crawling over to the other side here. Hold on. He's asking, sir, they're putting the boat in just now. They're on their way. I cannot imagine how terrifying it would be to be stuck right there, right now. Put yourself in that place. Your car is filling with water. Help is on the way. He is incredibly lucky. There's help on the way. But that's only because I flagged down the incident response team, or the Harris County Sheriff's Office. They weren't headed here. They didn't know he was down here. Now they're efforting getting the boat into the water, wondering if they're going to have to back up a little more. The water here at least 10 feet deep. You can see down there, it's pushing 16 under the bridge. The higher elevated roads, like Hardy Toll Road you see there, we're seeing people driving freeway speeds on them. And I want to caution people about that too. If you are driving in what appears to be a safe spot, as a lot of them actually did, headed west here on Beltway 8, they were just cruising along. Well, you pop over that hill, and on the other side are cars lined up because they can't go into the high water, and we almost witnessed one crash as a car just slammed on its brakes on the wet pavement trying to avoid a crash, and luckily they did. But we've seen before accidents in these kind of conditions where you just don't know what's on the other side. So please, one, don't go out. Do not drive the roads. You see what they are like. You see some of the dangers they pose right now. If for whatever reason you think it is a good idea to venture out, drive cautiously, drive carefully. Do not drive into that high water. If you are at home and you're